Rajendra Kumarji, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, an IAS officer, a senior officer, Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. A very warm welcome to Dr. Rajendra Kumar. I invite on the dais our special addressee of the opening session, Shri Amit Kumar Sinha ji, Director of ITDA and Additional DG. A very warm welcome, Shri Sinha. I welcome our program chair of today's event, Dr. Ashish Kumar Srivastava. Dr. Ashish Kumar Srivastava, Additional Secretary, IT, Government of Uttarakhand. A very warm welcome, sir. I also welcome on that our industry leaders from various MNCs. Shri Manoj Kamleji, Regional Head of SAS India. I invite on the dais Mr. Siva Rao, Chief Executive Officer, UP Western Uttarakhand, in the South. I invite on the dais Mr. Prasoon Talukdar, National Manager Business Development, Government and Digital India, Andhra Focus. Last and not least, our Editor-in-Chief and Chief Executive Officer of Elets Technomedia, Dr. Ravi Gupta. A very warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, let me inform you that this program would not have been possible without the support and cooperation of Uttarakhand IT Department, ITDA, and Dehradun Smart City Limited. Our program chair, Dr. Ashish Kumar Srivastava, I would request the program chair, Dr. Ashish Srivastava, for his welcome address.
Respected Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Shri Amit Sinha, Director, Information Technology Development Agency, Government of Uttarakhand, and Additional Director General of Police, Uttarakhand. Dignitaries on the dais representing different industries, Shri Ravi Gupta ji, CEO of Elets Technomedia, Shri Krishna Mishra ji, who is master of the ceremony today, the senior officers from the different state governments and officers of the different departments of government of Uttarakhand, representatives of industry, academia, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great opportunity for us in Uttarakhand to host the event like this in Dehradun. Or you can say the Uttarakhand is one of the leading states in information technology because of the conducive environment. So on this word, I just want to welcome all of you in the green, serene Doon Valley, and this is a good respite from the heat wave running across the country. Dehradun though is little hot, but even it is the weather is far more better, and we have more beauty around, so you can also enjoy the area. Today I just want to welcome Dr. Rajendra Kumar ji, Additional Secretary, Government of India, because despite of his busy schedule, he has given his time to address the gathering. So this shows his commitment towards information technology development in the country. He himself is an institution in e-governance. Most of the time, sir, your contribution in e-governance is remarkable, and because of that, government of India, as well as you can say that India is one of the leading leaders in e-governance initiative now in the world. So this is because of your contribution, and I am very grateful to you that you accepted our invitation to come to Dehradun. Now, I want to welcome officers coming from the different part of the country, mainly from different departments, senior IS officers, then the officers from the IT department. I, on behalf of government of Uttarakhand, and on my personal behalf, I would like to extend my welcome to everyone. I also want to take this opportunity to welcome all the industry members who have come here, and there is lot more opportunities in government of Uttarakhand. So we have our industry, IT industry policy, the MSME policy, as well as the ROW policy aligned to the government of India. So I would request you to explore the opportunity for the investment in Uttarakhand for the betterment of the public service delivery in Uttarakhand. Now, I also want to welcome all the delegates who have come from the different parts of the country to join the conference. This is all because of you that we are able to make this conference today. The 2 days conference basically have 7 discussion panels. So those panels are actually on different issues like seamless public service delivery, the e-governance, MSME, power IT uses in power sector, then the social sector like education, health, and social welfare. Now, 2 different dedicated tracks are for the revenue generation through IT interventions. So that is also planned, and we have 5 individual talk sessions where the particular eminent officers and the industry who has done very good in the IT improvement will be given chance to speak about their initiatives. This is a conference where we would like to see the exchange of ideas and the best practices happening in different parts of the country as well as in Uttarakhand, so that the application is easier. Reinventing the wheel is always taking time, so this is these type of conferences are basically for the exchange of ideas. So now in Uttarakhand, I just want to say something about that. Like we have our online public service delivery portal, Apni Sarkar. So that is actually running. So most of the IT interventions are basically for the ease, improving the ease of living. So and the IT is actually playing very important role in this because it is not at all possible to reach each and every citizen manually. So now in Uttarakhand, the commitment of government is that from our cabinet meetings, like we have e-cabinet meeting, which is totally paperless. So from e-cabinet to the all offices like the secretariat, all the offices, everything is right now on digital platform. So we are disposing almost 95% of files digitally. So through e-office, we are doing it. Most of the things on the government of India mandate on ease of doing business. So Uttarakhand is also, though it has a very tough topography, the most of the areas are not accessible through internet. Even then, our all development authorities have online map approval system, which is actually a directed map approval system, like all bylaws are fixed in the software. The software is developed based on the building bylaws, and nobody can submit the building plan without if that particular drawing is not as per bylaws. So it is actually scrutiny at your level. It is not at all required that the scrutiny is done at the office level, so that you are again getting objections on your maps. So once your map is approved, submitted in the system, so it seems that there is a possibility of 99.9% it will be approved. So these type of interventions government of Uttarakhand is doing. Now in ITDA, because of the leadership of Amit Sinha sir, so we are actually having a very good drone technology center in Uttarakhand. So sir will tell you more about the center, which is Drone Application and Research Center, which is established in collaboration with NTR. Now we are actually moving on data lake right now, sir. The government of Uttarakhand is planning to digitize all the processes and all data which are generated through government system, because government is the main source of generating data. So all those data through data lake will be generated and kept in the government system, so that any department can use data of any other department, which is something like an open data exchange type of thing. And we have our own state data center policy and data policy we are right now under in use. In a medical department also, sir, in a social sector we are using right now blockchain based asset management in the hospitals. So, like all the medical colleges are on the same platform, and the blockchain technology is used. Now, I would like to say these are the achievements, but there are many challenges in Uttarakhand also, and many part of the country who are having similar topography and climate like Himalayan states, the topography is different than the challenges posed by the pandemic. But what challenges posed by COVID-19 is actually opportunity for IT department, because earlier there was very difficult to convince everybody to come on IT platform, because there was a very like a situation of the status quo. So it is very difficult to break that status quo. So the COVID has done for all of us that what the Honorable Prime Minister has said, that we should also search opportunity in this difficult time. So IT has a very big opportunity, because now this is a time where everybody is actually very much open to IT interventions in different government processes, and also in the personal life as well. Now the cyber security and the cyber hygiene is also one of the difficult challenge posed because of many IT interventions and what we are generating. And public service delivery, because everybody is trying to improve that public service delivery seamless, because we need a more citizen-friendly software, more citizen-friendly database, which are actually citizens are able to use, because most of our population is not that much digitally sound, except for using certain smartphones, and also that is one of the good example is UPI, and think the payment is little bit, you can say, the quite easier in that. So this is actually, the process is evolving, and definitely IT will be able to deliver best of the things and best of the services to the citizens. I would like to submit also, like, because of the president nomination, our honorable chief minister is not able to join today. He has conveyed his best wishes for today, and he has told that he will try to come tomorrow for the conference. So again, once again, I would like to welcome everybody, especially sir, on behalf of government of Uttarakhand, and on my personal behalf. Thank you.
Before I invite the next speakers from the opening session, a small ceremony from our side. I would request all the esteemed dignitaries on the stage for the lighting ceremony, please. I would request Additional Secretary IT, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, for this ceremonial lighting function. Along with Director ITDA, Mr. Amit Sinha, Additional Secretary IT, Dr. Rashi, and leaders from the industry.
चढ़ायो अच्छा बज मुझको गिरनार बिराजे गौरी हर को ये गुण लड्डू साई सुरवर को महिमा कहे न जाए साथ प्रभु पद को देवी गणराम लीला संताता कन्याकुमार दर्शन श्री राम संता कोई शरणागत आवे संपत्ति सबड़ी भरपूर पावे ऐसे महाराज को दिखावे गोदावी नंदन विजय गुणगावे जय देव जय देव जय देवी राम 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 कन्याकुमार दर्शन श्री राम संता
I would now request for program co-chair, Mr. Amit Sinha, to kindly present the chief guest of today's program, Dr. Rajendra Kumar. I would request our CEO and Editor-in-Chief, Dr. Rajesh Gupta, to present the bouquet for Dr. Ashish Srivastava, Additional Secretary. I would also request Dr. Ravi Gupta for another bouquet for our Director, ITDA, Shri Amit Kumar Sinha ji. Bouquets for industry leaders, Mr. Manoj Kamble, Regional Head, SACG. Mr. Shiva Rao, Chief Executive Officer, UP West and Uttarakhand, Mr. Dehradun. And for Mr. Prasoon Talukdar. Mr. Prasoon Talukdar, National Manager, Business Development, Government of Digital India. Thank you. I would now request our Chief Guest, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, to kindly release the special issue of e-governance magazine. Let me inform all the audience here that e-governance is a flagship magazine of Elets Technomedia, focusing on the usage and promotion of ICT-based innovations in governance ecosystem. So I will request our Chief Guest, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, to launch the special issue of e-governance magazine, e-governance, which is devoted to today's conference. Dr. Ravi Gupta, a few words from Dr. Ravi Gupta, Editor-in-Chief of Elets Technomedia.
Just to announce that this is a special issue of Indo magazine, which is focused on this event of India Transformation Summit, and it covers the various initiatives which are happening in the state of Uttarakhand, and also it covers various IT initiatives which are happening across India, and also it has a special interview of additional Chief Secretary Rajendra Kumar, which individuals over here. And e-governance India is Asia's first and only magazine on e-governance since the year 2005. It is our mission at Elets to spread the idea of e-governance to every state and every district and every village of the country. We have been on this endeavor for the last 19 years, and our agenda is still unfulfilled. We are still spreading awareness because there's so much action to be done in IT. We are all aware, and India has achieved a lot in this sector, but there's a lot of things still to be done. So we are going across the country. We have reached out to across at least 20 states and more than 50 cities where we have organized various conferences, and more than 1,000 conferences we have organized in last 19 years, both in the physical format and the virtual format. So thank you all for your encouragement and support to our initiative of e-governance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I would now like to invite Mr. Manoj Kamble, Regional Head, SAS India, for the 2 minutes introductory remark.
The dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, I, on behalf of SAS India, welcome you all for one of the best organized Elets event at Dehradun, Uttarakhand. While this is my third journey in Uttarakhand, never ever, sir, I thought I'd come for a business tour. It always has been Badri Vishal and Kedar that we have been coming to. But thanks to you, heartening to know what all transformations Uttarakhand is doing. And thanks to Elets for organizing the event in Uttarakhand and Elets of the. Having said this, I take this opportunity to welcome you all again once again on behalf of SAS. We typically are into analytics. We have been hosting these kind of events, sponsoring these kind of events. This is our 25th year in India, largely into working into data and data analytics. I'm proud to inform you all, we have been delivering dashboards for decision support systems through CM dashboards. We are there in almost 10 odd commercial tax departments. Point I'm trying to highlight is data, as people say, is this generation's oil, and we are only into data analytics. I'm being represented by a few of my colleagues here in this conference for next 2 days. Feel free to let us know if there is something that we can be of help to you on. While some of the events and some of the tracks that Elets is running is more on the revenue generation, which is one of the hot topics that is being discussed in India across the states nowadays. We'd like to hear more from most of the dignitaries present here, as well as try and contribute what best we can in terms of the IT initiatives and the revenue increase for most of the state governments. Thank you once again for being here, taking time out of your busy schedule, and we look forward for more and more contributions from all the dignitaries present for the event. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Manoj Kumar. I now simply invite Mr. Shiva Rao, Chief Executive Officer of Indus Tower, UP West and Uttarakhand. Mr. Shiva Rao, for his warm welcome to all the chief guests.
Thank you so much. Very good morning to all of you. Very good morning to respected Dr. Rajendra Kumar sir. Very good morning to Amit Sinha ji. Very good morning to Ashish Srivastav. Thank you so much, sir. You have been guiding us for the last 2 years. And to all my colleagues and industry colleagues, to all the participants, once again, very warm welcome to all of you. Indus Towers Limited is really proud to be partner in Dehradun Smart City with close to 1,85,000 towers and 3,35,000 tenancies across the length and breadth of this great country. We are the world's largest tower company. We are aligned with the great vision of our respected Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in providing robust telecommunication infrastructure to make India digitally a superpower. We have the across the length and breadth of this Uttarakhand, largest coverage of telecommunication towers. I'm also happy to inform you that the famous treacherous Char Dham route is fully covered to a great to give a seamless, divine experience to all the pilgrims. I sincerely wish this two-day program a great success, and I personally looking forward to participate in all the sessions. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to Indus Towers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Shiva Rao. I now request Mr. Prasoon Talukdar, National Manager Business Development, Government and Digital India, Microfocus, to welcome all the dignitaries.
Very good morning. A very warm welcome to all of you, our distinguished guests and speakers and the participants and my colleagues in the industry. First of all, let me also congratulate ITDA and Government of Uttarakhand, Dehradun Smart City and Elets to organize this event, this forum, and that too after more than 2 years of virtual mode of working. And I'm sure that this virtual, this physical forum, which is in person, and looking at the list of speakers and attendees from the big shots of the government as well as from industries, I'm sure that personally I'm excited that it is going to be a great platform for sharing information. One, second is that definitely learning a lot of things. At the same time, because we are coming from, software background, because Microsoft is the sixth largest enterprise software company. So definitely we are going to share a lot of our experience, what we have been doing in India for the last 25 years, and definitely last more than 45 years globally. And especially, I think government of Uttarakhand, because this is a place where Dehradun we are now, we have been kind of partnering with them for multiple different projects, starting from state data centers, smart cities, and all. So our objective is definitely to learn from everybody, and at the same time sharing whatever we have during the course over the panel, over the networking sessions, and all. Once again, warm welcome to everybody. I'm sure these 2 days will be very exciting and very informative, and definitely a lot of learning will come out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our guests for the SPDL, Mr. Pratham Talukdar. Ladies and gentlemen, over the course of next 2 days, we'll be discussing about the various transformational opportunities which we are facing or which are becoming making of a new India. We have got different kind of discussions, different addresses, presentations over the course of day today as well as tomorrow. We have speakers here, senior government officers from different state governments from all look and parts of the country. To continue with this opening session of the day, I would now like to invite our program co-chair under his leadership, under his guidance, the Uttarakhand IT department has been touching new heights. Particularly in the field of drone technologies, he has done some phenomenal work. So let me invite our program co-chair, Shri Amit Kumar Sinha, Director IT, for his perspective on drone applications in Uttarakhand.
Morning, sir. Ajay sir. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. आज इलेट्स के इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप लोग सभी लोग का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। मैं देहरादून में रहकर यहाँ पर जो आप मतलब कई इंडस्ट्री फील्ड से आए हैं, बाहर से भी लोग आए हैं, आप लोग देहरादून को इस 2 दिन में भली भांति देखेंगे, एंजॉय करेंगे, देहरादून के आसपास की वादियों को भी एंजॉय करेंगे, ऐसी हमारी आशा है। मैं स्पेसिफिकली ड्रोन पे बोलना चाहूंगा कि उत्तराखंड का जो स्वरूप है, जब मैं 2013 की आपदा से शुरू करना चाहता हूँ। 2013 में जब आपदा आई थी केदारनाथ में, मैं उस समय डीआईजी रही था और 17-18 को आपदा आई थी। तो मैं 18 तारीख को रात में फ्लाइट किया, जब केदारनाथ पहुंचने का 19 को अर्ली मॉर्निंग में मैं जब केदारनाथ पहुंचा तो आपदा का जो मंजर देखा, और जब हम लोग फिर वहां मैं खैर 1.5 महीने के बाद वही रहा, उसी वैली में रहा, घर में लौटा था। और मैंने ये रियलाइज किया कि हमारे पूरे रेस्क्यू रिलीफ ऑपरेशन में, क्योंकि ये टफ टरेन था, तो कोई साधन नहीं था रेस्क्यू करने का, कोई साधन नहीं था रिलीफ देने का। अगर आप देखो तो फिक्स भी नहीं उड़ सकते, बिकॉज लैंड करने की प्रॉब्लम है। वैली इतनी डीप है कि हेलीकॉप्टर ही अकेला सहारा है। हेलीकॉप्टर में भी जो MI-17 थे वो इतने बड़े थे कि नीचे वैली में जा नहीं सकते थे। छोटे चॉपर्स जो थे वो जाने की कोशिश करते थे, यूरोकॉप्टर वाले, तो उसमें अनफॉर्चुनेटली 3 क्रैशेस हुए हैं और हम लोगों ने 25 लोगों की 17 लोग तो एक में जान गंवाई और अन्य भी खैर जान तो कई गंवाई सर। लेकिन मेरा ये कहना है कि उस समय इस बात का एहसास हुआ कि शायद ड्रोन अगर होता हमारे पास, हम लोग हेलीकॉप्टर से रेस्क्यू रिलीफ के लिए सामग्री जो फेंकते थे, स्लोप अगर आपने केदारनाथ का रूट देखा होगा तो गौरीकुंड से लेकर रामबाड़ा से आगे होते हुए केदारनाथ पहुंचते हैं तो वैली बहुत स्टीप है और हेलीकॉप्टर वैली के बीच से फ्लाई करता है, ऊपर नहीं जाता है, क्योंकि ऊपर ज्यादा हाइट है, केदारनाथ से ऊपर है, केदारनाथ कप में है। तो जो हेलीकॉप्टर से जो रसद दी जाती थी वो स्लोप पे चली जाती थी। उसी नदी से कुछ लोग जो आपदा में अफसर की बात आपने जैसे थोड़े बहुत पहले कही कोविड में कैसे हमने आईटी को किया, तो आपदा में अफसर कुछ लोगों ने उसको निकाल के बेचना भी शुरू किया, क्योंकि उस समय स्थिति ऐसी थी कि हम लोग लगभग 5 दिन तक रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन के उसका रिलीफ आ गई, तो 5 दिन के बाद हमें उम्मीद कम थी कोई बचा होगा, तो हम लोग जो रसद फेंकते थे वो सब नीचे चला रहा था। तो ये इस बात, अच्छा उस समय ड्रोन एक ऐसी चीज थी कि सुना ही सुना ड्रोन कुछ होता है, तो लेकिन ड्रोन के साथ एडवांटेज क्या था कि आप अगर कुछ उस ऐसी परिस्थिति में आप लैच के साथ ड्रोन में कुछ लगाकर कहीं पे, क्योंकि जब हम लोगों ने कुछ लोगों को रेस्क्यू में पता लगा कि पीने को पानी तक नहीं, बिकॉज अच्छा शेल्टर सबसे बड़ी चीज है कि बारिश में बीच में खड़े रहते थे, पहाड़ पर नजदीक जाए तो पत्थर गिरने का डर था, और उस हाइट पे ट्री लाइन से ऊपर है, उसे कोई पेड़ भी नहीं दिखा, तो लोग भीगते रहते, और मैक्सिमम डेथ जो है हाइपोथर्मिया से, बिकॉज लोग पहाड़ चढ़ने के ऊपर, तो ऊपर चढ़ने के कारण उनको कंटिन्यूसली नदी से पानी से बचने के लिए ऊपर चढ़े, ऊपर उनकी ठंड से डेथ हुई। तो ड्रोन ऐसी चीज थी, बिकॉज मुझे अभी याद है रामबाड़ा में जो मैक्सिमम लोग मरे वो पहाड़ की चोटियों में चढ़ते गए, जब चढ़ते गए जब ऊपर पहुंच गए तो वो करीब 4.5 मीटर की हाइट थी, वहां पहुंचने के बाद रियलाइज किया कि अब तो यहाँ बहुत ठंड, फिर वहां से नीचे जब देखा तो इतनी स्टीप स्लोप थी, उतर नहीं सकते थे। हम लोगों ने पूरी रेस्क्यू रिलीफ में हम लोग हेलीकॉप्टर वैली में ही उड़ाते रहे, सोचा भी नहीं था कि ऊपर भी लोग गए। जब लोग मिलना शुरू किए तो पता लगा तीसरे चौथे दिन कि ऊपर भी देखते, फिर ऊपर की एक हम लोग ने रिज से पूरी ट्रैक टीम निकाली, उस समय हमारे मटोलिया सवाजी थे, वो पूरी टीम को लेके गए। तो ये एक बड़ा मतलब मैं ये सब बातें बोल इसलिए रहा हूं बिकॉज ड्रोन जो है आज की डेट में, मैं ड्रोन को कहां इस्तेमाल करता हूं, मैं उन जगहों के लिए इस्तेमाल करता हूं जहां पे व्यक्ति नहीं पहुंचता। अगर एक देखा जाए तो ये आज की भाषा में अगर देखें तो एक रिमोट कंप्यूटर है जिसका वेब कैमरा लगा हुआ है, आप उससे डीसी कर सकते। ड्रोन क्या है? एक रिमोट कंप्यूटर, उसमें वेब कैमरा लगा हुआ है, आप जाइए ऊपर, कोई व्यक्ति दिख रहा है उससे आप बात करिए, उससे पूछिए क्या हाल है। अगर ये उस समय होता तो हम लोग ऊपर पहुंच के पता नहीं क्या करते। तो ये चीजों को मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं क्योंकि हम लोग उत्तराखंड और कोई देश में राज्य हो ना हो, उत्तराखंड में ड्रोन की, बिकॉज जो गढ़वाल हिल्स है और कुमाऊं हिल्स है ये हिंदुस्तान के स्टीपेस्ट हिल्स है। अगर आप नेपाल के हिल तो हमारे भारत का हिस्सा नहीं है, उसके बाद हिमालयन हिल्स की जो हाइट है और जो टेरेन है, हमारा अभी भी 60% टेरेन ऐसा है जहां पर नहीं पहुंच सकते, तो ड्रोन ही एकमात्र सहारा। अगर मैं उत्तराखंड के लिए बोलूं तो हम जो, मैं प्रोस्पेक्ट की बात की आपने कही, मैं इसीलिए उस टॉपिक पे ही बोलना चाहूंगा कि हमारे पास जितना स्कोप है, हमारे हर डिपार्टमेंट में डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट तो प्राइमरली अभी हमने देखा एक जीसीएस वैन बनाया जो कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी सराहा उसको, साथ में हम अभी हर जिले के लिए एक वैन बनाना चाह रहे हैं ताकि ड्रोन लेकर व्यक्ति लास्ट पॉइंट तक पहुंचे, उसके बाद बैकपैक पे वो आदमी अपने ड्रोन को ले जाए और फिर एक रिमोट आई का काम करे। अगर मुझे कुछ रसद भी पहुंचानी है, रसद बहुत छोटी मोटी होती है, दवाइयां होती है, कई बार दवाइयां होती है, ब्लड सैंपल होते हैं, ये सब का टेस्टिंग अभी बल्कि ड्रोन के फील्ड में लोग कर रहे हैं, तो ये चीज पहुंचाना बहुत ही सुगम हो जाएगा, बहुत ही सरल हो। तो मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि यद्यपि मैं बाकी नेक्स्ट सेशन में भी मेरा आपने रखा है कि मैं आज ओपनिंग सेशन में यही कहना चाहूंगा कि उत्तराखंड में स्पेसिफिकली ड्रोन का फील्ड जो है वो अगर देखा जाए तो डिजास्टर, ब्लड सैंपल को ले जाना, एग्रीकल्चर, फिर हॉर्टिकल्चर। आप पहाड़ों पे हर्ब्स लेने के लोग जाते हैं, उन हर्ब्स को आराम से ड्रोन के माध्यम से हम टू एंड फ्रो करा सकते हैं। तो इस तरह से हमें अगर देखा जाए तो एक ड्रोन के फ्लायर्स की हम यहाँ पे एक ड्रोन मित्र कम्युनिटी पे बना सकते हैं, जो कि ड्रोन को चाहे फोटोग्राफी के लिए, चाहे सर्वेलेंस के लिए, चाहे क्रॉप के हेल्थ के मॉनिटरिंग के लिए, चाहे सामान के शिपमेंट ट्रांसशिपमेंट के लिए इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। तो जैसे कहते हैं ना कि हमारे पास संभावनाएं अनंत है, हमें बस अभी हम सिर्फ टिप ऑफ द आइसबर्ग देख रहे हैं, सिर्फ स्क्रैच कर रहे हैं टॉप को। तो मेरी ये उम्मीद है कि मैं इस साल के अंदर एक तो सभी जनपद में ड्रोन का एक ट्रेनिंग सेंटर बना दूं, सभी जनपद में ऐसा बना दूं कि हर पॉलिटेक्निक का थर्ड ईयर का स्टूडेंट को मैं ड्रोन पे ट्रेन कर दूं। ड्रोन का चाहे यहाँ पे ऐसा हो जाए कि हर व्यक्ति, बिकॉज हर गांव में अब देखिए अगर एक भी ड्रोन फ्लाई करने वाला व्यक्ति है तो उसकी आय बढ़ सकती है, ये हमारे आय का, रोजगार का स्रोत भी है। तो इन सब कारणों से हमें ऐसा लगता है कि उत्तराखंड में ड्रोन की असीम संभावना है, अपार जो है कहते हैं कि पॉसिबिलिटी है कि हम इसको इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। धन्यवाद।
वास्तव में उत्तराखंड में ड्रोन की असीम संभावनाएं हैं। और उत्तराखंड एक ऐसा राज्य है जहाँ शिक्षक जरूरत भी है. We are sure that under the dynamic leadership and guidance of Director ITDA, Shri Amit Kumar, Uttarakhand will be able to make a mark for itself as far as innovation in the road ecosystem is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcoming our chief guest for today's opening session, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary IT Government of India, for his keynote address. A very good morning to everyone. My fellow officers and industry experts on the dais, Shri Amit Kumar Sinha ji, Dr. Ashish Kumar Srivastava, Shri Manoj Kamble, Shri Shiva Rao, Shri Prasoon, Shri Ravi Gupta ji, all the participants in the audience, all the officers from various departments of Uttarakhand, from other state governments, from other organizations. It's always good to come to a state and talk about digital transformation, because that's something that's very close to all of us who are in this domain for sufficiently long time. So when we talk about transformation, things come to our mind. If you just go back maybe about 3 decades, around mid 80s, perhaps that was the time on which, as a country, we started taking the power of digital in a meaningful way, basically from the point of view of understanding how the citizen interface could be transformed using digital interventions. So if you recall that time, one of the biggest projects was to computerize railway reservations. And before this happened in about 86, 87, before that, I mean, those who are old enough like me, perhaps you'll understand that you have to go to the station, stand in a queue for 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever time, then request, fill a form manually, then give it to the person at the counter. He would open a big register and he would see whether there is some work available, and then he would give you. And of course, there were other problems which I don't want to discuss at this time. So when this happened in 1987, this was a huge change. So you went to the station after you still fill the form, but then the discretion on the part of the counter person to take the register and show you all that had gone. So you just do that and you pay the money, and that's it. So this was a huge change in the way that governments started seeing how digital can be used to transform the governance aspects related to citizen services. From then onwards, a number of things took place. Many government departments, they thought of their own interventions, projects, initiatives to transform this interface with citizens, and with good results. In many domains, we saw changes, be it land records, or certificate issue, or filling a simple form for submitting an application or a grievance. So all these very common issues facing citizens, they were taken up and they were really made automated or digitized or subsequently. So all this continued. In 2014 and 15, the government came up with this program called Digital India. I was one of the article this entire program because it had no working by me in Haiti on this certain framework. So this is the first attempt to really bring all these digital initiatives into one common framework with the vision to ensure that digital technology at central level, state level, local level, to transform not only the citizen but also the way they that's how the government department they transform themselves from within to ensure that their own functioning became more and it became almost like in real time in terms of responding to any situation or any kind of issues to be addressed. So this is a huge change that we have seen in the last few years. So as a result, we have seen in the last several years this entire ecosystem of digital interventions, digital capabilities, how it has all got transformed. In fact, if you see this year's budget of Government of India, the Union budget, in that budget, digital is a key theme. It runs across the entire document. And if you count the number of times the word digital is used, it is the maximum number of times. So that shows the power of digital as a key theme to transform all sectors. And when I talk about transform, it is not just the citizen interface, but almost everything. How our government departments work, how our industry works, how we deliver education, how we deliver healthcare. So almost all domains which earlier we could not think how they can transform using digital. But now they're all becoming almost fully digitized, end to end. And you can avail today almost any service that you could think of in a digital template. So that shows how, as a country, how far we have come in really ensuring that we can transform both our personal lives, professional lives, governance, economy, industry, etc., using the power of digital. And this entire ecosystem has been enabled by a few key factors I just briefly mentioned in the interest of time. So how has it happened? Till about 10 years before, we had just about 10% of our population using internet. Today, that has gone to more than 60%. Today, we have almost 83 crore people in the country who are internet users. So it's a growth of several times compared to where we were just 5 years or 10 years ago. Today, there is a mobile phone in almost everyone's hands, and about 60% of those phones are smartphones. We can access internet. You can access the internet from anywhere, whether you're in a village or town. Now it doesn't matter. You have 4G access almost everywhere, not everywhere, but almost. You have now universal bank accounts availability to everyone. Everyone has a bank account. You have a digital ID for everyone. So today, any person can authenticate himself or herself using the online mechanism. So it is so much easier for a government department to authenticate somebody's identity completely online in real time and deliver service. So you can see the ecosystem that has been now built over the last several years to enable this transformation to happen. And this is the key reasons why today with pride we can say that what we have done in India, today most of the world they can only aspire to reach. I will just mention a few areas where we can really be proud of what we have done. I mentioned about digital identity, the Aadhaar platform. There is nothing like this anywhere else in the world. Our digital payment platform, UPI,
There is nothing, no parallel anywhere else in the world. We can really be proud. The platform we built for vaccination, COVID, again, the world's biggest, the world's best. Our GST network, again, the world's biggest, the world's best. Our government marketplace, again, nothing else anywhere in, nothing of this type anywhere else in the world. So there are a number of areas where we have built this cross-cutting digital, fully online platforms, which are enabling massive transformation to take place across almost all domains that we can think of. Not only limited to government departments, but also in the private sector, in the industry, and everywhere. Today we have the world's third largest startup ecosystem. So how has it come about? If you see the startup ecosystem, today we have 100 plus unicorns. We couldn't think of this happening just 2 years before. We had just about 15 or less than 20. And in last year we had 45, and this year we already have 80 in the 6 months of the current year. So that shows the strength of innovation, the ecosystem that we have built for innovation, the support from the government and other organizations, and the entrepreneurship that is being displayed by our young people. So all this happening together, this is the golden period for digital transformation that I must really say, and we all must recognize. There has been no better time in India for really understanding the power of digital and how it can transform our lives, our government, our economy, our industry, and almost everything that we can perceive. In fact, I keep telling people that if it were not for digital, the pandemic would have had much greater adverse impact on our lives and our economy compared to what we have seen. And the recovery that we have made remarkable internationally in a short time. Our economy back on track, and we are currently also happened because we have put in place a digital infrastructure, digital services, and a digital economy which is growing very fast, which has enabled this to happen. A very quick recovery, allowing people to work from home. So today you can work from anywhere, and that's becoming the norm across the industry. Perhaps it will continue for some more time. So this shows the power of digital and how it can really enable change to happen in almost any space that we can think of. So how this can really be taken to next level. So let me talk about that as a key theme of what I want to discuss, I want to really mention here. So we have seen the change, we have seen our economy grow to current $3 trillion plus, and we have seen the power of digital in terms of its ability to transform all sectors of the economy, etc. So how do we go to the next level now? How do we exploit the power of digital even more? If you remember, in 2019, MeitY had unveiled the $1 trillion digital economy vision, which is a key part of our overall roadmap, our overall vision for the next 4 to 5 years. So, as per this vision, what MeitY, that is the department where I am, and so we wish to ensure that our digital economy grows to the level of at least $1 trillion in the next 4 to 5 years, by 2025-26. And how is it going to happen? Current size of the digital economy in India is about 200, maybe this year is higher, $225 billion. It has to grow at least 4 to 5x in the next 4 to 5 years. And the main focus I mentioned is that we need to use digital as the key transformational initiative in all the domains. And that's how this vision is going to be achieved. So there are some key pillars of this overall transformation roadmap that we have thought of and what we have unveiled. So you mentioned just a few key elements of this overall vision. So the first key pillar of this entire $1 trillion digital economy vision is to ensure that we create world-class digital infra across the entire country. Of course, we have BharatNet, which is spreading across the entire country now. We have 4G, which is covering almost the whole country. And now we have 5G that will come hopefully in the next few months. So we want to ensure that every citizen in India has access to world-class digital infrastructure and a high-speed broadband, mobile or fixed line. But it must be reliable and provide the person with the quality that is required for delivering the services in real time, for availing the opportunity in real time. So this is the first area, and this is very crucial in ensuring that we can bring the remaining 40% of our population to the online world, to the digital world, without creating digital infra. That is not possible. So this is the first key element. Second is to really ensure that our e-governance is transformed to the next level. Now, how that is going to happen? So far, you heard about the initiatives in the earlier speeches. So far, the approach has been that every department would think of a service to be digitized. They would develop an application and they would make it available. And people would start availing services. So each department you see, they have multiple applications. So for example, if you go to Education Ministry's website, or if you are familiar with any other major domain ministry, they would have multiple applications, sometimes even 10, 15, 20, in the same ministry, the same domain, to deliver different services. So that would bring its own issues. That's all, that's actually bringing a benefit to the people because now things have gone online. But from citizen point of view, now you have multiple portals where you access through different credentials and then again you fill multiple forms online, of course now, fill the same information multiple times. So all this is now apparent because now a huge number of services have been digitized. It was not a problem perhaps many years ago where there were only few, so people could manage. But now as a citizen, you may be required to access perhaps 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 different portals or applications online to avail different services. All use multiple credentials. So that was more difficulty for people to create those credentials for login, passwords. Each time you get OTP and then you have to validate. So all this is now making probably the entire online domain somewhat complex for the citizens to really understand and to really meaningfully access. So what is our next step in this? So we want to ensure that for major domains, for all domains, we create what we have called as public digital platform, which would kind of integrate all the diverse applications into one interface and allow people to access through one set of credentials. We also work on a national single sign-on platform, where the idea that all the applications eventually will be brought onto that platform and people will be able to access all the applications, hundreds of them or maybe thousands of them in due course. When the state government also come on board, they will be able to access through a single sign-on mechanism. This is the most common interface in many countries. You take our neighboring countries, Singapore or Europe, all they have pioneered this concept of single sign-on, which allows people to access multiple portals through a common set of credentials without the need to remember multiple IDs, logins, etc. So this is one vision that we have for transforming e-governance domain. We already have launched a couple of major platforms in this. I'm sure you must have heard of the National Digital Health Mission, which was launched by Honorable PM last year, under which now a national health account number is being given to all the people, a single number for the entire health domain. All the entire interface is now being made digital. Already a good part of it is, I call it, made digital. So on this platform, all the healthcare providers, all the insurance companies, all the government providers, private providers, they all will come onto one platform, and through which citizens would be able to discover healthcare services and be able to access seamlessly. So that's the vision. And already it is launched in all the UTs, and many states are coming forward to really forward. Similar efforts are now underway in education, in agriculture, in women and child development, in logistics. You must have heard about the PM Gati Shakti platform, which is a unified logistics platform for the whole country. So you can see the power of these frameworks and these initiatives, which aim at transforming a whole sector using the power of digital. We can use GIS, we can do real-time tracking of many things now. You can, whatever infra you create, you can geotag to ensure that they can be verified or identified easily later on. So a whole number of things are possible now, which we could not think of doing it just even 10 years ago. So just you can see how quickly the entire digital world is changing and how it is enabling now a number of things to happen that are not possible earlier. The third domain where we think we should really focus and ensure that India becomes one of the world leaders is in terms of electronics manufacturing and now focus on semiconductors. So already, I'm sure you're aware, BT has launched a number of schemes, production-linked incentives to incentivize manufacturing, and it is producing very positive results. Today, India is the world's second largest mobile phone manufacturer. I don't know how many are aware, by volume. And just 5 years before, we were not in top 20, leave alone second. Or even before that, we were nowhere. So just in a matter of few years, under the overall umbrella of Digital India program, as a nation, we have moved to the world's leaders in manufacturing mobile devices. And now, similar story is going to get repeated in components manufacturing, in other products in the electronic ecosystem, and now in semiconductors. So the goal is to ensure that the current level of the digital economy which comes from manufacturing, that goes to 3 to 4 times the next 4 to 5 years. We have to reach $300 billion in the next 4 to 5 years, so that this can help in the overall target of $1 trillion digital economy. The fourth pillar, which is extremely important in this entire endeavor to transform using the power digital, is to focus on emerging technologies. Amit Sinha ji mentioned about growth as a key part of that vision. The policy that now has been unveiled by government in the last year. That's the key driver for really giving rise to the huge ecosystem around drones. And of course, METI is leading the entire ecosystem for other areas, artificial intelligence or blockchain or 3D printing, additive manufacturing, we call that, IoT, 5G. So you name any of the areas, METI is deeply involved. And we would like the state government to really take the lead in all the areas we mentioned. So we obviously need to work with all the states to ensure that the manufacturing system is created by the states. They can provide clearances faster. They can allot the land, etc., to the prospective industry partners. So all that has to happen only with the government of the state governments, and that's the key message that I would really like to bring forward here. So in emerging technology, again, our focus is to ensure that India can take the leadership in the world. Now, if you see the entire digital ecosystem, the key driving factor behind all this is software. And software is one area where we are the world leaders, and we can be proud of that. And that gives us a unique advantage over almost all the other countries in really leading the world in the next 5 to 10 years. And emerging tech domain is one area where there is a huge opportunity. We need to provide the training, of course, to all our youngsters, and we have to upgrade the curriculum in engineering colleges so that we can provide them with the skills required to really take advantage of this huge new opportunity. We have, of course, started our own skilling initiative. You might have heard about the Future Skills Prime, which is a program run by METI in partnership with the industry to really provide highly skilled talent to the industry. And we would like to really become the talent center of the world. That's the next part of the another pillar of this entire vision. So since only India has the ability to provide a scale and provide the skill required to achieve that scale, so we really can be the world leader, and that's where our vision actually should really focus upon. So in the next 4 to 5 years, we need to ensure that we excel in all the areas I mentioned to really ensure that transformation can take place in almost all domains that we can think of. One more area I would like to mention, then I will conclude. One more key area in this entire digital ecosystem is to focus on cybersecurity and, of course, modernize our IT laws. Our IT Act is 22 years old, so that needs to really be modernized to take into consideration the new emerging areas, the new concepts around cybersecurity, around data protection, etc., etc. So that's a key area. In cybersecurity, that's one domain where we have made huge strides in the last few years. And as a result, in last year's UN ranking of Global Cybersecurity Index, India was ranked number 10 out of 190 plus nations. So we have risen from 47 to 10 in 1 year. And our goal is to reach top 5 and then top 3 in the next 4 to 5 years. And how that is happening? We have strengthened our own METI ecosystem to deal with cybersecurity. So we have 13, of course, we are knowing, which is a national agency to address all the cybersecurity issues and strengthen the capabilities of different sectors. We work with all the states to ensure that they can set up their own infra for ensuring cybersecurity in their applications, in their data centers, and ensure that their systems are safe. At national level, we have worked with many domain ministries to really create sectoral certs for those areas. Industry again is a key partner in this. We also work with industry. Industry is again a major sector where attacks happen. And we have also seen that in the last 2 years, especially during pandemic and its aftermath, the number of incidents have gone up very sharply for in cybersecurity domain. So that has to be addressed. So we need to improve the capability, and that's one area where we need to also become proactive, in not only ensuring that these threats are neutralized, but we must proactively detect threats before they come inside and cause impacts, adverse impacts, and neutralize them. Now, of course, we also need to strengthen our defensive capabilities because if something happens, then how quickly we can really ensure damage control, recovery, etc. So the entire spectrum of cyber threats, the entire attack envelope has increased, as I mentioned, as a result of the developments around the world. We don't have very happy neighbors, unfortunately. Our neighbors are not really. So we need to take into account our geopolitical situation and ensure that we can keep our system safe. So that's another major area. I mentioned about the IT laws, which we are working on. Last year we published the IT rules. I'm sure some of you are aware. Those are aimed at creating a new framework for ensuring that our cyberspace, where the intermediaries operate, the platforms operate, that is made accountable and open, safe and trusted for the users. So under the new IT rules, the user harms victims of threats in on the online world or victims of abuse, etc. They will have a recourse to a redressal mechanism. And already all the platforms all the intermediaries are now obliged to create a grievance mechanism, appoint a chief compliance officer, appoint regional grievance officer, etc. So all this is aimed at ensuring that the users can approach the platform and ensure that their grievances can be addressed. And of course, committee is there to ensure that the directions are complied with. So the point is that we are now taking action on a number of fronts, on multiple dimensions, to ensure that the digital space is not only made safe and trusted for the users, but also that the users have a recourse to a redressal mechanism. And this is key to really bringing the bottom one-third of the population, which doesn't have internet access now, to bring them to the online world. Unless the users feel safe and trusted and they feel secure in the digital world, there could be hesitation. Because for this set of users, for ensuring that they are included in the digital world, the issues that we are grappling with are a little more complex. And for that, it's necessary that we create a very safe online environment for them to feel safe and trusted, and for them to come and use it for availing services, for availing healthcare facilities, for availing education, etc. So these 6 pillars are the broad framework that we have put in our vision for the next 4 to 5 years to achieve the true power of digital transformation. And in this endeavor, again, I would like to make a request to all the industry partners, all the state governments, all the government departments, that we all need to work together on this entire template, entire thought process. Um, this entire document is in public domain, India's $1 trillion digital opportunity. After that, we have published a number of other documents and strategies in different domains. All the areas I mentioned in emerging tech, we have national strategies, approach strategies, which you can go through on the amazing website and understand what we are doing, what we plan to do, and how we want to take India forward. The key goal is to ensure that India becomes the world leader in the next 4 to 5 years in digital technologies. We already are in IT services, but not in other domains. For example, we want to really promote manufacturing, electronic manufacturing, semiconductors, emerging technologies, cybersecurity, and a modern comprehensive IT law. And of course, as I mentioned, we want to become the skill factor of the world. So unless we work together with all the stakeholders, with the industry, the state governments, with all the partners, we really cannot achieve this vision. And that's where I would like to conclude that this entire framework that we have built is meant for the users, meant for all the stakeholders, meant for all the states, all our industry partners, to really work together with DT and Government of India to realize this vision in the next 4 to 5 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, for taking us through the journey of India's digital revolution and also showing us a blueprint for taking the country from current $300, $400 trillion economy to a $1 trillion digital economy. So the type of transformation it will be able to usher in the governance is truly exciting. One small example of how this digitalization of entire government processes is impacting a common citizen. Around 5 years back, sir, when I used to come to Secretariat in Dehradun, there was a huge rush at the Secretariat reception, people clamoring for space and climbing over one another's shoulders to get an entry pass. This time around, when I go to Secretariat, the entire process was seamless. Everything is automated, no SL, nothing. You just have to inform in advance, and SMS comes on your mobile phone, and it is seamless. So this is the power of transformation, which is technologies like digital can actually impact the life of the common citizen. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, for taking us through this exciting story about India's digital transformation. Now, I would like to invite the Editor-in-Chief and Chief Executive Officer of Elets Technology, Dr. Elets, to give his vote of thanks to all the dignitaries.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Shri Elets Kumarji, Additional Secretary, Department of Ministry of IT, Government of India, Ashish Srivastava, Amit Sinha and industry leaders from SAS, Indus Towers and Microbrokers, and more than 40 senior IS officers, senior officials uh, from various departments who have arrived here from various states of India, from Kashmir, Trivandrum, from Maharashtra to uh, Bengal, so all over the place from Bihar to MP to Gujarat to everywhere almost. And senior officials who are representing the government from various other departments and various other delegates from the district. It is a matter of pride for us that we are organizing this conference in Dehradun. In fact, this is the second IDP conference which we are organizing in Dehradun. We had the last time that was around 5 years back. Then the Honorable CM Harish Rawat had inaugurated it, and the Department of IT was supposed to partner at that time also. Today is the date of presidential election nominations, and the nominations are getting filed, and that's the reason both Honorable CM and Honorable MOS both had to be in Delhi for this act of very national importance where the election nominations are getting filed. So the Honorable CM could not attend it today. Nevertheless, the energy which we have in this room because of the presence of senior officials, senior industry leaders from all over the country makes this event very powerful. And I think it is perhaps the most unique governance event in India ever had. Rajendra Kumarji just now highlighted that how important role the Ministry of IT is playing in developing the IT ecosystem of India. Let me briefly relate that how Ministry of IT has helped in creation of this unique magazine, eGov, which is Asia's and India's first and only magazine on e-governance since the year 2005, published every month since the year 2005. जिस साल हमने अप्रैल 2005 में इस मैगजीन को लॉन्च किया था, संयोग से उसी महीने में अप्रैल में सिंगापुर में एक और ई-गवर्नेंस मैगजीन लॉन्च हुई थी, और 2008 में रहमान ब्रदर्स का कोलैप्स हुआ, which was the economic disaster, and उस disaster को मैगजीन बंद हुआ. And just to relate that how Ministry of IT helped here, that I was organizing several geographic information systems conferences. Amit ji talked about drone, and I started thinking about GIS and remote sensing. So I studied GIS and remote sensing from IIT Kanpur in 2005, and I was organizing GIS conferences across the world: Dubai, South Africa, Europe, USA, Malaysia, Singapore, across Hong Kong, China, everywhere. And 2003 में I was organizing a GIS conference, huge one in Dubai. I was going around taxi in Dubai. और बड़ी आश्चर्यजनक घटना हुई थी वहाँ पर कि दुबई के टैक्सियों में 2003 में मैंने एक मैगजीन देखी जिसका नाम था ईगो. मैंने हैरानी से वो मैगजीन उठाई, और दुबई के रूलर, तो उस वक्त की गवर्नेंस का कंसेप्ट दुनिया में नया आया था. तो दुबई के जो रूलर हैं जो बड़े विजनरी हैं, जो ऑल and he thought that governance can change Dubai and he can transform Dubai. And he was so much passionate about e-governance that he asked the Dubai government departments to publish a magazine on e-governance. और उसके अवेयरनेस के लिए उन्होंने कहा कि हर टैक्सी में आप e-governance की मैगजीन रखिए, जहाँ पर दुबई के जो IT इनिशिएटिव्स हो रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट में, सबको दुनिया भर के लोग आते हैं दुबई में, उनको मालूम चले कि दुबई गवर्नमेंट कितनी विजनरी है. And that was a transforming incident for my life. मैंने कहा कि मैं दुबई घूम रहा था, यूरोप घूम रहा था, यूएस घूम रहा था, ऑस्ट्रेलिया घूम रहा था, हांगकांग जा रहा था, सिंगापुर जा रहा था, और मैं देख रहा था कैसे आईटी वहाँ की सरकारों को बदल रही है और वहाँ के बिजनेस को बदल रही है और वहाँ के पूरे इकोसिस्टम को बदल रही है. I was thinking that if all this starts happening in India, what will happen? And lo and behold, GI sector on which I had invested 10 important years of my life, I left that. And 2005 में I took that bold step of launching the first e-governance magazine in India. And I went to meet Dr. R. Chandrasekhar, who was then Joint Secretary IT at the Department of the Ministry of IT. And I asked him for his guidance. He was the man who had worked under Mr. Chandrababu Naidu in Andhra Pradesh to implement IT in government. And he embraced me a lot, he supported me a lot, he guided me in managing kya hona chahiye, kya karna chahiye. And he also helped helped through the Ministry of IT with the various arms, SPPI, CDAC, and various other arms of NIDET. He supported the managing through the content and the various even the financial support. And that is history. And आज हम around 17-18 साल बाद यहाँ खड़े हैं देहरादून में, तो मैं गर्व से कह सकता हूँ कि आज एशिया में किसी और देश के पास ई गवर्नेंस मैगजीन हो या ना हो, लेकिन भारत के पास एक अपनी ई गवर्नेंस मैगजीन है। आज हम मेक इन इंडिया की बात करते हैं, मेड इन इंडिया की बात करते हैं, तो भारत की पहली और अकेली और एशिया की पहली और अकेली मैगजीन हम दिखाते हैं। तो ये हमारा सिर्फ वो लोग हमें समझते हैं कि हम कोई इवेंट मैनेजर है, इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइजर है, हम ये नहीं है, ये हमारा मिशन है। आज अहमद जी ने बात की, आशीष जी ने बात की, कुमारी जी ने बात की कि हाउ वेरियस पार्ट्स ऑफ इंडिया में आईटी गवर्नेंस से चीजें बदल रही हैं। तो इलेट्स का मेरा ये व्यक्तिगत मिशन है कि ई गवर्नेंस की जो चोटी है वो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, डिस्ट्रिक्ट गवर्नमेंट और हर गांव तक जो है पहुंचे। तो इसी मिशन में, इसी उद्देश्य में हम आज यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हुए हैं। और मैं बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ उत्तराखंड गवर्नमेंट का कि उन्होंने सहयोग किया, और ऑल द ऑफिसर्स हु हैव अराइव्ड फ्रॉम ऑल ओवर इंडिया, all the industry who is supporting us. I request all of you to support our mission, vision, to help, because आज ही हम लोग अभी बात हो रही थी नेशनल पे राजेंद्र कुमार जी के साथ की आईटी का प्रोफेशन बहुत से स्टेट्स पर बहुत ज्यादा हुआ है, पर बहुत कुछ स्टेट्स ऐसे जहाँ पर अभी भी नहीं हुआ है और जहाँ होना बाकी है, खास कर डेवलपिंग स्टेट्स ऑफ इंडिया। सो इलेट्स बिकॉज काम करना जरूरी नहीं है, काम को बताना और काम का प्रचार प्रसार करना जो हर गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट का आईईसी डिपार्टमेंट है, इंफॉर्मेशन एजुकेशन और कम्युनिकेशन का डिपार्टमेंट है, इसीलिए तो हम सरकार के साथ मिलकर, इंडस्ट्री के साथ मिलकर पार्टनरशिप, बिकॉज आईटी एक ऐसा फील्ड है जहां पर गवर्नमेंट और इंडस्ट्री की पार्टनरशिप और अलायंस के बिना वो कुछ नहीं, इंडस्ट्री अकेले कुछ नहीं कर सकती और सरकार अकेले कुछ नहीं कर सकती। तो इलेट्स का एक जो रोल है वो है कि गवर्नमेंट और इंडस्ट्री को एक साथ लाना, एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाना और आपस में विचारों का आदान प्रदान और एक दूसरे की बात को जो है समझें। तो ये इलेट्स उस देश की पूर्ति में लगा हुआ है। और मैं बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ आप सभी का for all support and encouragement, and I request each of the officers to please listen and learn from other states. हमारे कश्मीर से ऑफिसर आए हुए बैठे हुए हैं और उन्होंने बोला कि हम यहाँ पर मैंने सीखने आए हैं, यहाँ पे क्या होगा। तो इसी यही हमारा उद्देश्य है, हमारी मैगजीन है, हमारा ऑनलाइन पोर्टल है और हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंसेस हैं। हम लोग ऑलमोस्ट हर महीने कॉन्फ्रेंस एक अलग राज्य में जाकर करते हैं और ऑनलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करते हैं। तो हम लोग जो हमारा वेबसाइट है eletsonline.com, उस पर जाइए और वहाँ पर उसकी पूरे डिटेल्स आप देख सकते हैं। We also publish a magazine on e-education, it's called digital learning. We also publish a magazine called e-health, IT for health. We also publish a magazine called banking and finance for IT. तो हम लोग फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन, हेल्थ सेक्टर, एजुकेशन सेक्टर और गवर्नेंस सेक्टर चारों को लेकर जो है चल रहे हैं। और यही हमारा उद्देश्य है कि हम जो है ई गवर्नेंस की आवाज केंद्र सरकार, राज्य सरकार, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल, तालुका लेवल, ब्लॉक लेवल और विलेज लेवल हर जगह तक जो है पहुंचाएं, जिनसे कि जो मंत्री का उद्देश्य है ट्रेड इकोनॉमी, तो उसमें आईटी का जो मेजर रोल है, जो हमारे सेक्रेटरी जी ने भी बताया, उसमें उस विषय में हम एक जो है छोटा सा सहयोग हम जो है करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद फॉर जॉइनिंग अस एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच। नमस्कार।
Thank you, Dr. Davi Gupta. We also hope that over the course of next 2 days, this event serves as a platform for cross-pollination of ideas. We learn from what Uttarakhand state has been doing, and speakers from the rest of the states, from them, the government of Uttarakhand learns what they are doing. This is basically the purpose of this conference as well. Before we go for the inauguration of the expo, I would now request our program chair, Dr. Ashish Srivastava, to hand over a memento to our chief guest of the day, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary IT, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. A memento for Dr. Rajendra Kumar. I would request my colleague to present one more memento for Dr. Rajendra Kumar. This is a gift from Indus Tower for the speaker. I request Director ITDA to kindly hand over one speaker memento to the chief guest. Let me inform all that this speaker memento has got an ingenious art of Uttarakhand by the name of apple. I request now Director ITDA Amit Kumar Sinha to hand over one speaker memento to our program chair. Next speaker memento for other dignitaries in the side, please, guys, please. I request Dr. Davi Gupta for one memento for Dr. Ashish Srivastava, program chair. I request Dr. Davi Gupta to hand over mementos for the industry leaders also. As rightly mentioned by Dr. Gupta, without the collaboration of industry and government, not possible to have a real transformation. Industry players, Mr. Manoj Kamble, Shiva Rao, and Mr. Kum Saluda. I now request the chief guest, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, program chair, Dr. Ashish, and program co-chair, Mr. Amit Kumar Sinha, to kindly inaugurate the expo. Yes, one small announcement here, a small token, a gift from Indus Towers, industry partner, for all the universities. For all the government speakers, we have got a special gift from Indus Tower. For chief guest, for Dr. Ashish Kumar Srivastava, Mr. Amit Kumar Sinha, and one for Dr. Ashish Kumar Srivastava. Let me also announce here that this program will continue tomorrow also, and tomorrow in evening we will be taking all the partners and speakers to Rishikesh for Ganga Darshan and Ganga Aarti. So I would request all the speakers here to stay put till the end of the day tomorrow. A group photograph, and then we break for the expo, and we also break for their team.
It's a classic tale of good versus evil. Tax fraudsters intentionally cheat the tax system. Loopholes, kickbacks, failure to pay, offshore tax havens, complex. Even honest tax systems go red. The taxes work fast, around the data, false positives, and privacy issues hinder your efforts. Tensions mount. Governments lose trillions in tax revenues annually, and the twist you didn't see coming is where you least expect it. Businesses you favor, leaders you respect, colleagues you trust. Let's change that. SAS can help you rewrite the script on tax fraud with a solution built by fraud professionals for fraud professionals. Powered by the SAS platform and delivering proven tax compliance analytics to see through complex cheating schemes, no matter how big your game. Working media links to crime networks. When you're constantly playing catch up to new threats and new rules, trust SAS to uncover the most sophisticated schemes. SAS works smarter and faster to ensure that justice. Learn how we can help you take the lead in fighting tax fraud.
इधर देखा है तो काम नहीं करता
Cases of identity theft alone occurred in 2016. Programs meant to protect people suffer. I've seen the victims, and you know them too. Senior citizens, single parents, veterans, and special needs children. Innocent, honest people pay the price. And tech-savvy fraudsters are only getting more sophisticated at what they do best. New schemes and new threats require new thinking. It's time to reimagine government without fraud, waste, and abuse. Today, with analytics, it's possible. Recent changes to legal restrictions have enabled better data sharing between agencies, and many states are now acting to make data and analytics priority. Data sharing at the state and federal level helped crack a $900 million Medicaid and Medicare fraud now. Not one case alone brought over 300 arrests. Governments across Europe lose 100 billion euros annually to that carousel. By using advanced analytics to proactively stop fraud before it happens, Belgium saves nearly 1 billion euros each year. Using analytics, the IRS stopped nearly 2 million fraudulent refund requests, totaling nearly $15 billion in a single year. In Washington State, my work with data sharing and analysis helped us raise workers' comp tax audits with positive outcomes from 50% to nearly 85%. In all of these examples, we see analytics in action, and it's truly encouraging. So whether you're trying to close the $3.1 trillion tax gap, know if unemployment claims are legitimate, or move beyond paying checks for Medicaid, the ability to gain deeper data insights and make smarter decisions is critical. With analytics, we have the power to do more for our citizens. It's a classic tale of good versus evil. Tax fraudsters intentionally cheat the tax system. Loopholes, kickbacks, failure to pay, offshore tax havens. Their schemes grow more complex and hard to detect. Even honest tax-paying citizens fall prey. The tax cheats work fast, around the clock, around the globe, and still slip past your guards and protections. Legacy systems, mountains of data, false positives, and privacy issues hinder your efforts. Tensions mount. Governments lose trillions in tax revenues annually. And the twist you didn't see coming? Fraud happens where you least expect it. Businesses you work with, leaders you respect, colleagues you trust. Let's change that. SaaS can help you rewrite the script on tax fraud with a solution built by fraud professionals for fraud professionals. Powered by the SaaS platform and delivering proven tax compliance analytics to see through complex cheating schemes, no matter how big or data. Work as fast as the fraudsters with accurate results. Detect the subtlest signals that can be hidden links to crime networks. When you're constantly playing catch up to new threats and new rules, trust SaaS to uncover the most sophisticated schemes. SaaS works smarter and faster to ensure that justice prevails. Learn how we can help you take the lead in fighting tax fraud.
Government workers are committed to doing good for our citizens and communities. Yet the system is plagued with challenges. Fraud and waste are at an all-time high, representing nearly 10% of government program spending. I know firsthand how devastating the cost of fraud can be, because I've seen its effects. I'm Carl Heimer's. For 26 years, I've worked for and with government to fight fraud, to keep programs financially healthy and improve people's lives. As we know all too well, no one is immune to fraud. 15.4 million cases of identity theft alone occurred in 2016. Programs meant to protect people suffer. I've seen the victims, and you know them too. Senior citizens, single parents, veterans, and special needs children. Innocent, honest people pay the price. And tech-savvy fraudsters are only getting more sophisticated at what they do next. New schemes and new threats require new thinking. It's time to reimagine without fraud, waste, and abuse. Today, with analytics, it's possible. Recent changes to legal restrictions have enabled better data sharing between agencies, and many states are now acting to make data and analytics a priority. Data sharing at the state and federal level helped crack a $900 million Medicaid and Medicare fraud network. One case alone brought over 300 arrests. Governments across Europe lose 100 billion euros annually to bad carousel. By using advanced analytics to proactively stop fraud before it happens, Belgium saves nearly 1 billion euros each year. Using analytics, the IRS stopped nearly 2 million fraudulent refund requests, totaling nearly $15 billion in a single year. In Washington State, my work with data sharing and analysis helped us raise workers' comp tax audits with positive outcomes from 50% to nearly 85%. In all of these examples, we see analytics in action, and it's truly encouraging. So whether you're trying to close the $3.1 trillion tax gap, know if unemployment claims are legitimate, or move beyond paying change for Medicaid, the ability to gain deeper data insights and make smarter decisions is critical. With analytics, we have the power to do more for our citizens, and we must.
It's a classic tale of good versus evil. Tax fraudsters intentionally cheat the tax system. Loopholes, kickbacks, failure to pay, offshore tax havens. Their schemes grow more complex and hard to detect. Even honest tax-paying citizens fall prey. The tax cheats work fast around the clock, and still see tax rewards and protections. Legacy systems, mountains of data, false positives, and false issues that give up your efforts. Tensions mount. Billions and trillions in tax revenues annually. And the twist you didn't see coming? Fraud happens where you least expect it. Businesses you favor, leaders you respect, colleagues you trust. Let's change that. SAS can help you rewrite the script on tax fraud with a solution built by fraud professionals for fraud professionals. Powered by the SAS platform and delivering proven tax compliance analytics. To see through complex cheating schemes, no matter how big or big. Work as fast as the fraudsters with accurate results. Detect the subtlest signals that can be hidden links to crime networks. When you're constantly playing catch up to new threats and new rules, trust SAS to uncover the most sophisticated schemes. SAS works smarter and faster to ensure that justice prevails. Learn how we can help you take the lead in fighting tax fraud.
Hello, hello. We are going to start the session, next one, and I request our delegates to join in. Nisha, our next session has Mr. Dr. Sunil Panwar, who is the CEO of Center for E-Governance, Government of Karnataka. Please call him inside. Gautam, who is the CEO of Elets. Please invite him inside. And technology presentations from Mr. Shiva Rao and Mr. Bharat. Please invite them in the hall so that we can start the session. Vikas? please invite the speakers in the hall.
छोटा बोर्ड है हमारे पास।
Rajeshwar, please ask put the chairs in. 5 chairs, please. Sunny, chairs on the stage. So our next panel is around digital India, empowering citizens to innovation and governance. And in that session, we have Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, Minister of Electronics and IT, Government of India, who will be chairing the session. We have Abhishek Singh, who will be speaking virtually, who is the CEO of NGT, Government of India. Dr. Sunil Panwar, who is the CEO of Center for E-Governance, Government of Karnataka, and Mr. Gautam, who is the founder and Chief Executive Officer of Pixie. They will be joining. And we will have the technology experts, Mr. Neeraj Pandey, who is from Micro Focus, who will be joining. And we will have an expert from Fortinet who will be joining. So I request our speakers, first of all, our moderator, Dr. Rajendra Kumarji, Additional Secretary, Minister of IT, kindly join us. Please, sir, station. Who's your applause, please? May I request Mr. Dhruv Singla from Fortinet to join on the stage, please. And then request Neeraj Chandra Pandey stage for Rajan. And let me request Dr. Sunil Panwar, who is the CEO of Center for E-Governance, Government of Karnataka, to join the stage, please. And Mr. Gautam, founder and CEO of Pixie, please join the stage. So while our other speakers are joining, in the interest of time, let me request our industry speakers to speak. May I request Mr. Neeraj Pandey, please bring this Development Manager of Hyper Focus to speak now.
फ्लाइट चेंज हाँ यही मांग रहे हैं।
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. My name is Neeraj Pandey. I'm Business Development Manager from Microfocus. I'm primarily involved into all the security, government security projects, and we value what is needed to secure your digital India. So just to give a background about what we're going to discuss in this session. First of all, I would like to thank all of you to be here in Uttarakhand, Dehradun. I'm proud to share that I'm native to this place. And what thing inspired me, and that is something which is into my DNA, is the hospitality to the people to greet. So with this, I welcome back again, and I hope you will capture good memories being here. Okay, so keeping your agenda back to the track to secure digital India. If you've seen how the cybersecurity got evolved, it is getting evolved with a lot of new threat vectors in the dynamic landscape. And we want multi-focus framework is all about to protect security, what matters most. We know we want to protect anything or everything, but it doesn't work in that way. So holistically, what we need to look at, what matters most for us. And these are identities, application, and data. So when we're talking about identities involving all the what you have the access and what access you have. So the complete insight, a bird eye view, your internal employee, your contractors, your external users, what access they are having and how they are managing it. So you are getting the complete insight about your identities. We know applications. Application is the core of any organization. So any kind of interaction, communication, any organization would like to do with the citizens, they want to do the services, is all the applications. So application is something where you have to make sure that development operation is embedded with the security. You're hardening the surface of your application. So that is another focus area for the securing digital India. Last but not least, data. We know data is the crown jewel of the organization. And bad guy want to exploit, monetize, exfiltrate this data. But the difficult is just to get the insight which data is important and which is not. So on this line, what we have the four pillars, what we focus and provide a niche area to providing the security framework for digital India. Looking at the security operation, so we have witnessed that how the security operations or the kind of cyber attack evolved from reactive to proactive and predictive. So we can expect what kind of attack because the kind of different decades we have seen these up and downs, high and lows, and change in the behavior on the cyber attack. Every alternate day there is an attack. So what we bring, and there is an initiative from the government of India in the smart city, safe cities, the state data centers. They investing to provide an integrated command and control centers to give a real-time visibility about those cyber attacks. So one thing how you can have to reduce your exposure time, getting detected all those attacks and then taking actions. And these actions right now are getting programmed. So there is not a need of army or the security operation team to manage, tackle, and handle these kind of attacks. It is more to get programmed, to get automated, and doing all the analytics on top of it. So this is what we are getting, and it is for a lot of customers which already onboarded and adopted security operations center in the data center, while they want it to be get more intuitive in nature. So they're getting to 2.0. They want the new capability which got introduced during the COVID time, and also which is the future of the security has to be embedded and has to be plugged and to be upgraded. So that is what we are having with the security operation. Now, other thing what we have seen, there's a lot of emphasis and the push for the openness in the design. There might be a certain field which you want to get ingested, because we know that known problem is having a known solution. But how about something which we have not learned, something which we have not defined, and that is what is coming with the analytics, the machine learning. The machine will learn the behavior by its own, and we can take these kind of feed from not our in-house, but any third-party solutions. So this cyber intelligence feed coming from the various sources, providing the complete MITRE framework, which is the complete algorithm ecosystem, is embedded in the platform. Now, as we have seen the kind of volume, velocity, and the variety of security events are getting ingested, it is having a requirement to provide threat hunting and providing a security data lake, which will be a source of truth all the cyber incident. In case if there would be any artifacts has to be submitted to the regulatories, to the auditors, those data has to be available for the security team in a tamper-proof storage. So this holistically the idea to provide a fusion center, a cyber defense operations center, or we call it security operations center to provide a real-time monitoring. The other area in application security, we have seen every alternate day, the government is issuing a new application. So we talk about Bhim, Parivahan, all new applications. These applications are getting developed and getting constantly updated with the new features, capabilities. But with the rate of change, with the velocity of the changes which is getting through with the application, it is pretty difficult to manage security hand in hand. Now, that is lagging behind giving the scope of the bad role to exploit your application. Now, attack is not on your perimeter. It is not L2, L3 or L4. It is on layer 7. So, application is an easy target for any hacker, any attacker. And that's where we have to more focus on how application can be secured. So, what we take care of, you're completely hardening the surface of application. If there would be any attack which is happening on your application while your coder or developer writing a code, programmer writing a code, that is getting secured in your development phase. You're testing of the application because your application is getting go live. So you want all the vulnerability to get exposed and to get exploited, because those vulnerability has to be fixed in your testing phase before getting go live. So application security is very key initiative, and we have seen many of the projects where customers need to know about it. Identities, as we have talked about, it's a complete governance, and what we follow is a strategy zero trust. You cannot trust even super admin, power admin. So what we want, we have to give a least privilege access while providing the security authentication with complete insight about those identities. So your users are getting onboarded. Your user, maybe your internal employee are getting onboarded. You have a project which is the user or the group of the user are getting onboarded and getting deboarded. They are getting all the insight, all the access rights, and then that they have to revoke. So the complete life cycle of your identities are getting managed with the identity governance. You want all your remote users. Right now, if you look at the pandemic situation, which is almost got over, still they're giving a lot of remote access, the VPN access, and they are logging from anywhere. How you can secure that the user which are logging is with the authorized device, which is device visibility. It is from a varied location, geofencing. It is having the right access and the advanced authentication, the step of authentication, risk scoring for those users. So that is what we talked about as identity management. And the data, what we talked about, the data at the time of the inception, at the time of it is getting discovered, it has to get protected. So while it is in use, it is in transit and in motion. So we take care of data governance while protecting your data, ensuring all the sensitive data, which would be your Aadhaar number, email ID, personal identification information, is protected with your data governance and protection. we know the machine learning and the analytics is completely based on the data model. So the unstructured data is getting managed with the analytics and the machine learning engine. So this is just to give a perspective about how the equation from the user is getting managed with the application, and application is getting stored the data into data. So with this, I want to just summarize how we are managing the identities. We are having the complete control and managing with the identity hold. We are securing your application throughout DevSecOps cycle, and we are discovering your right set of the data which has to get secured. With this, I'm ending up my session, and we'll meet up in one-on-one in the breakout sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeraj, for giving us that industry perspective. Now we are joined virtually by Dr. Abhishek Singh, CEO of NGT. May I request the technical team here to put up the setup. CEO of NGT, Government of India, Abhishek Singh has joined us virtually. Will you take time? So due to that, Mr. Abhishek Singh joins us. Let me invite Dhruv Singla, Major Accounts Manager from Fortinet, to give his industry perspective. But I would request Dhruv to keep it short and crisp.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is my request because I know that we have been given only 15 minutes. So first of all, thanks for giving us the chance and
Mr. Abhishek Singh is already online. So let us first hear from Mr. Abhishek Singh, CEO of NGT. Then I will invite Dhruv for his presentation. But again, Dhruv will keep it to maximum 10 minutes. Start, Dhruv. This is again a digital innovation which COVID has taught us. People can now join us from any part of the world. A very warm welcome to Mr. Abhishek Singh, Chief Executive Officer, National E-Governance Division, Government of India. Mr. Abhishek Singh will be giving his perspective of Digital India, empowering citizens through innovation governance. Mr. Abhishek Singh, we are joined here by Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary in the Ministry of IT and Session Chair. Dr. Sunil Kumar is with us, Chief Executive Officer of Center for E-Governance, Government of Karnataka. And from the industry, we have Gautam Nimagada, Founder and CEO of Vixi, Neeraj Pandey, Business Development Manager, Cyberdesk, and Dhruv Singla, Major Accounts Manager, Fortinet. I can see, let me invite Mr. Bipul Mitra, Additional Chief Secretary to the Government of Gujarat, for his perspective on the same topic, Digital India, empowering citizens through innovations in the governance. So over to you, Mr. Abhishek. Please go ahead, sir. Mr. Abhishek.
Can't hear. Is the session on?
Yes, the session is on, sir.
Okay. So I can't see other panelists and anyone. So you want me to make my introduction?
Yes, sir. You can have your talk on this topic, Digital India, empowering citizens through innovation and governance.
Okay.
We are live.
Okay. Very happy to be joining virtually onto the Elets India Transformation Summit being held in Dehradun. I was looking forward to joining physically, but because of certain urgent engagements over here in view of the Digital India week that we are observing from 1st of July to 7th of July, I'm not able to join with you all physically, but I'm happy to kind of interact with you. My senior colleague, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, is present in person, so I'm sure he will be adding more insights to the Digital India story and how Digital India has led to improvement in ease of living for citizens and how it has led to empowerment of people in the last mile. So if we look at just the growth of Digital India, the impact of Digital India in the last few years, today we are proud of the India stack, as we call it, the basic building blocks of digital transformation that India has built in the form of the Aadhaar project, the UPI project, the DigiLocker, the e-sign, e-consent. So all these basic building blocks that have been built in the last few years has ensured that we have the basic foundations of building platforms over which citizens can access services. And and the number of services that are available to citizens today has grown many fold. Today, more than 4,000 services are available, and we are having, if we count the number of transactions that are happening on the e-Tal platform the government has set up, almost 34 crore transactions happen every day. And today, in fact, I can proudly say that no other country has built platforms, digital platforms that we have done so. Whether it's the UPI or the Aadhaar, in fact, just a small example I will give you. A few weeks back, I was in a meeting with digital transformation leaders from across the world, wherein the CIOs of the United Kingdom, the head of the General Services Administration Department of the United States, the CIO of Estonia, and CIOs of other countries also were there. And there it was very interesting to note that countries like the United States are struggling with their basic ID services. One problem that they're grappling with in these days is that the pandemic relief that was distributed in the United States, they are struggling to track the $400 billion of pandemic relief that was distributed through paper vouchers and plastic cards. And today they don't know who got the money, who did not get. There are a lot of eligible people who are still waiting in the queue, and a lot of ineligible people have got the pandemic relief money that was given by the government. As compared to this, if you look at a country like India, whether it was the COVID-19 relief that was given to all people who were migrants and people who had lost livelihoods, or to PM Kisan beneficiaries or DPT or to our scholarship, everything is transferred instantly to the bank account of people, and people get it without any leakage or without any loss. The government also is able to track what funds are going to where. So there are many ways in which we are, in a way, much better than even the developed countries of the world. And in that conference, several countries expressed their desire to learn from India, to take up India's digital products which have been scaled up on a scale and adopt that. You all are aware of the impact the COVID platform has been, the vaccination platform. Because again, when COVID came and the vaccination started last year, one of the biggest challenges for COVID-19 vaccination was that it was larger than any other vaccination exercise that we had ever carried out. So far, the biggest vaccination campaign used the pulse polio campaign, but it was also limited to people who were below 5. But in COVID-19 vaccination, we can vaccinate the entire 130 crore people, and then there are multiple vaccines and multiple doses required, and the intervals between 2 doses for each vaccine was different. And there was a need to find out who has been vaccinated, who has not been vaccinated, to issue them vaccination certificates, and this would not have been possible without having a digital platform in the form of COVID. So today, our vaccination platform is being looked at by the entire world as a model that they can copy, they can replicate. And in India also, we are now upscaling the COVID vaccination platform to become a platform for universal vaccination. In the sense that not only COVID-19 vaccination, but the basic vaccination of children, whether it's BCG or tetanus or measles, rubella, or polio, all these vaccines also can be tracked onto the vaccination platform, and every child, every citizen will have the complete details of the vaccination. So again, this is a platform that is built which is scalable, which is robust, and which can also be kind of replicated anywhere else in the world. And in health, now we are also building the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission, which will transform the way we access health services. In the sense that people will be able to find doctors, find hospitals, find laboratories, find path labs, electronically, book appointments, consult through telemedicine, get their electronic prescriptions, that the health records will become part of the electronic health records, and they will also have the option of sharing their electronic health records with any other health service provider with their consent. So to transform the way we look at healthcare, and the work that the NHA is doing in building the Ayushman Bharat Health project or the health stack will lead to creation of a lot of value. And I foresee that in the next 3 to 5 years, we'll have at least 15 to 20 in the health sector. Similar advances we are seeing in the agriculture sector, wherein technology is being used to build agri advisory for farmers. AI and precision agriculture is built in. Drones are being used to provide information to citizens, use it to distribute, use it to spray pesticides, use it to do sowing, use it to monitor the crop health, and then connect it to backend data systems wherein where the entire health of the crop can be analyzed and advisories can be given. We're also building a Kisan Sarthi helpline for farmers, wherein farmers can dial a toll-free number, get connected, get information, and get connected to experts and get details in regard to what the crop is required to be done. Similarly, the Umang platform, which brings in all mobile services, the DigiLocker platform, which is the document repository, which allows not only easy access to digital documents, but also easy sharing of documents amongst various stakeholders. And what we have seen is that many of the number of people who are using Umang and DigiLocker is growing exponentially. In fact, number of DigiLocker post-pandemic, in 2020 March, we were around 3 crore users of DigiLocker. Today we have 11 crore users. So we have seen exponential growth in the number of people who are using. The number of documents has grown to more than 500 crores on DigiLocker, and with the coming in of National Academic Repository, the National Academic Bank of National Academic Bank of Credit, wherein digital academic documents are available on the DigiLocker and be available for exchange between various stakeholders with the consent of the user. This is transforming the way we access digital documents, digital credentials when it comes to educational documents. So all these innovations, whether it's UPI, whether it's Aadhaar, whether it's DigiLocker, whether it's Umang, whether it's COVID, whether it's agriculture systems, ultimately what are they resulting in? They are resulting in ease of living for citizens. They are enabling the citizens to access services seamlessly. They are reducing time the citizens spend in running after government offices, in the time that they spend in getting public documents. So with all this kind of system, we are moving to a stage wherein efficiency comes in. Citizens are able to spend their time in more productive ways, in fact, directly on the economy. India moves on its path, coming at towards $1 trillion. So this is all that I would want to share today for want of time. So if there are any questions, I'm ready to take that. But in short, as the theme of the session says, digital transformation, digital technologies, and the digital India projects which have been implemented in the last few years are truly empowering citizens through innovations and through improvement in governance.
Thank you, Shri Abhishek Singh, for your rich insight on this topic. Let me now invite again once again Dhruv Singla here. Dhruv Singla was about to start his presentation, but I had to intervene in between. He is major accounts manager in Fortinet. But again, I request Dhruv to keep this presentation short, sweet, and crisp. Good afternoon, everyone.
I have been given 10 minutes, so my only request, just keep your phones away for the next 10 minutes only. Just give me 10 minutes. I'm not going to use the industry jargons. That's our daily job. Though some marketing sites has been given to me, I'll run through those. My company presentation, that's all okay. But what I try to do in next 10 minutes, try to bring how cyber security or some like the latest technologies, you should be at least vigilant enough while using your day-to-day activities so that you are aware of your own self, so that you're able to understand going forward that why industry is talking about cybersecurity, but how it is important for an individual to take care of their own themselves. So First 2 to 3 slides I'll be running about Fortinet, and then the major kind of issues which is going on in industry, and then what all kinds of solutions which we are providing, couple of more people are providing, and but how an individual can safeguard themselves, whether their own individual data or their data centers or maybe the cross-functional data also. So this is so my humble request. Just give me 10 minutes. So I've just started my timer because I have to wrap up my presentation in 10 minutes. So just one question: how many of you are very much worried about your gold items or valuables in your life? All kinds of valuables which you keep at the house or gold items. Do you try to keep them in lock and key? क्या हम अपनी जितनी भी इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें लाइफ में उसको लॉक एंड की में रखते हैं? क्या हम अपने गोल्ड या जितनी चीजें, थोड़ी सी एनर्जी चाहिए, 10 ही मिनट है मेरे पास भी, क्या हम अपनी चीजों इंपॉर्टेंट चीजों पे ध्यान देते हैं, लॉक एंड की में या सेफ गार्ड तरीके से रखते हैं? थैंक यू बता। माय ओनली रिक्वेस्ट, क्या हम उसी तरीके से अपने डेटा को उतनी वैल्यू देते हैं जो हम डेटा यूज करते हैं, वेदर योर क्रेडिट कार्ड डेटा, योर पर्सनल डेटा, योर जीमेल्स, योर मे बी कंपनी अकाउंट्स, क्या हम उनको भी उतनी ही ज्यादा सावधानी से अपने पास या जब कम्युनिकेट करते हैं किसी के पास रखते हैं कि नहीं रखते हैं? दिस इज अ कम्युनिकेशन, दिस इज अ प्रॉब्लम व्हिच एवरीबॉडी इज फेसिंग। जब आप अपने जीमेल अकाउंट को खोलते हैं तो क्या उसको हमेशा लॉग आउट करते हैं अपने लैपटॉप पर, या जब आप एक्सिस बैंक की वेबसाइट को जब आप एक्सेस करते हैं तो क्या उसको लॉग आउट करते हैं कि नहीं करते? Just be vigilant. Going forward, India is becoming the superpower more or less in next 2 to 3 years. But going forward, everybody will be infected from the cyber threats. And first, as an individual, we have to be vigilant enough that how we are securing ourselves. So through the presentation, I'll try to combine what all products industry is providing, but as an individual, what you can opt for in your life. So just thanks Ashish sir. It's not there, so thanks you for giving the chance. I'll just run through this Fortinet. Though number of products has already been in the ITDA, and now we are going for the Fortinet automation also with the ITDA. So that's the second phase for us. So now coming back, what is the Fortinet and from where it started? So majorly very standard one, that going to the overview, then landscape, how Fortinet is helping industry, and last one is our open ecosystem. So very basic that Fortinet is global leader in cyber security. We are currently valued at 4.1 billion, and we are Nasdaq 100 organization. This is the most important, that Fortinet invests their most of earned revenue in their research and development. We have more than 1269 patents globally and approximately more than 6 lakh satisfied customers. So this is why I give these slides, just to give an understanding that Fortinet is global leader in cyber security. When we understand that in developed nations what is happening, India still is as a developing country, and we need to take it as an individual. So this is about the recognition which Fortinet has already got in the industry from the Gartner, from the Forrester, from the IDC, and number of other groups. And for the different product lines which we are positioning in data center. I would like to spend 2 minutes at least on this slide, that what are the major challenges which customers are facing. Please try to concentrate only for 2 to 3 minutes. You'll understand that these are the challenges in your daily life also you are going through, but you are not known of that. Like something you don't know, you don't know. जो चीज आपको नहीं पता, वो नहीं पता कि बैकएंड पे कहां पर प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है, बट जिस दिन अटैक होता है उस दिन समझ में आता है हमारे को कुछ चीज मिस हो गई हमारी डेली लाइफ के अंदर. लाइक टुडे वी आर यूजिंग मोबाइल फोन्स लाइक एक्टिवली everywhere for all the applications, like Facebook or social engineering site, our like for the home IoT sections also. एक बार भी अगर ये चीज हैक होता है तो पूरे आपके डेटा सेंटर और आपके घर के अंदर जितने डिवाइसेस लगे वो सब हैक होते हैं. So we need to be vigilant enough कि सिर्फ डेटा सेंटर्स जो लोग मैनेज करते हैं उनके लिए नहीं है, but for individual data centers now come to the country level or maybe the defense, any other forces. So first thing is work from anywhere. Like today we want that we should be given authority by organizations that we able to work from anywhere, irrespective of like कंपनी में बैठ के काम करना है, घर से नहीं कर सकते, कुछ एप्लीकेशंस को एक्सेस नहीं कर सकते. These restrictions, these doesn't provide a productive environment to an employee. So this is the first thing which is required. As an individual, we need it for our freedom. Second thing is network edge. Like today, we are opening new offices across the country, different regions also. So those offices should also be connected in a safe and sound environment. The third one is the application. Initially, when we have to use the application, there is a standard environment which has been given, but we weren't able to go out of that environment to use those applications. But now applications are available on a single click at your mobile phone. So applications are evolving from closed ecosystem to open ecosystem. Sophisticated attacks. These attacks are like when you're getting some phone calls for your credit card, or maybe some small link which is coming on your messages, some if the video which is coming you need to play on your YouTube, or maybe some of the Gmails you're getting some attachments. So whenever you're getting anything which is not of your relation or something attractive, you need to be vigilant enough first. Then your system start working. First, if you're vigilant enough, then that's the first cyber response. Second cyber response is when your system start working. And the last one is the operational technology. These days, like India is going from the power side or from the water side, that how they able to provide best services. They are using their IoT platforms, but those OTs and ITs are getting a little bit compromised, like in the developed countries. So this is important. You can able to relate with your own self. So first, for the cyber response, be vigilant, be with yourself, with your smart edge phones or maybe from the laptops, that they are always be in a secured environment whenever you are using it. Don't try to keep it anything open. So there is a laundry list which Fortinet is providing from I would say from the edge, the devices which you are using, or at the data center, or at the cloud where the application are hosted, or the network also where we are combining everything. Like you want to use something at the edge, you need to access the data from the data center, how these are connected with the network, and if any application on the cloud also. So these four parameters are very well covered by the Fortinet, and we have more than 53 products which are securing all these four edges. Not going specifically into it because this will be a little bit more technical, but we are providing, number of other people are providing. So you should at least keep your knowledge updated, what are latest products are coming in market, and you should be able to start using those products as far as at least your edge computing is required. Edge computing in the sense your mobile phones and laptops. So now this is little bit more into the technology, like primarily the data center people were trying to purchase different products. They were purchasing from the different vendors, and it was very difficult for technocrats that they try to combine all those products. So what Fortinet has done is all the products which is required now in data center can communicate to each other. They can share their own intelligence. So literally going more towards the technology, like today, if you are having any threat which is fine, which is available on your mobile for all your laptop, it should be available that intelligence should go to the all the users of that same house or the same organization. जैसे मेरे मोबाइल फोन पे अगर कोई थ्रेट आया और मेरे मोबाइल फोन ने एंटीवायरस के कारण उसको रोका, तो सेम फीचर या सेम इंटेलिजेंस मेरे बाकी घर में जितने लोग हैं उनको या ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जितने लोग हैं उनके पास ट्रैवर्स होना चाहिए, लेटरल मूवमेंट होना चाहिए उस इंटेलिजेंस का। वो नहीं होता है, इट मींस your products are working in silos but not in a kind of an knowledge shared environment, which is must. एक का knowledge दूसरे के पास ट्रांसफर होना चाहिए through any of the mechanisms. So this is where majorly our fabric is working or Fortinet is primarily working. Similarly, in the data center also, if there is any attack, particularly on any one of the products, that knowledge will be shared across all security product which is deployed in data center. That is the foremost requirement from Fortinet side. So what we have done, like first we secured our edges, we secured our laptops, then we secured the data centers. Now the next step is, when we are securing it, we are not bounding our customers to use only our products. Some products can be from Fortinet, some products can be from third party also. We are calling them the open connector. So this is a kind of a shift which is happening in industry, that you don't have to buy standalone products, you can buy mesh products, and those can share their intelligence within themselves as well as with the other vendors also. So now you can start thinking that how you can able to manage your data center on a single console by sharing intelligence across different products. This is the second shift which is coming now in industry. So this is the second last slide from my side, that what is the future of cyber security. Initially, people used to work only in the data centers, but now it is going on public cloud. And edge computing is most important. I'm repeating this word, edge computing. You need to be able to understand what is edge computing and how you are using your mobile phone and laptops. Most important part. Second one is initially there was a post analysis. Attack होने के बाद हम analysis करते थे. But these days we are doing pre-analysis with the help of the AI ML, which we are deploying, and we are able to get those services. Attack होने से पहले हम आपको alert दे सकते हैं कि क्या attack होने वाला है. Then closed ecosystem was there initially. Today now people are working on open APIs. And last is manual to automation. In this sense, initially manual intervention was required whenever there is an attack. Manual intervention was must. But today we have an understanding that how we can able to cover all the threats through the automation system also. This is my last slide. Step forward, not going much. So majorly, if anyone is going, so cybersecurity is like the evolving state. Wherever we were 20 years back, then 10 years back, 5 years, now last 5 years, it is a huge stretch. People are getting contaminated by this and they are getting the huge stretch. So request is, whenever people are going through this journey, this is evolving journey, take time, sit down with your experts, sit down with any kind of consultants or with OEMs, understand what is your landscape right now, what you are looking after 5 years, where you are getting threats, what are the industry best practices, make out a framework, and wherever you have already deployed products, that is fine, but where you can extra deploy the products. So this is the basic thing. The next thing where we can help and where we are also in discussion also about the automation. So that is the orchestration layer, we will be working with the different clients. So once the framework is ready, it is easy for individual for a country to understand their as a state and to be state also. So not going too much into the technologies, that's it from my side, that first of all, we understand our own value of data, then we are able to understand the value of data of the organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dhruv. Let me now invite our chief guest of today's program, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, once again for his insight on this topic. I know he might be finding it repetition, but he has also wealth of information with us that there is no limit to it. So let me once again invite Dr. Rajendra Kumar on this stage. Before Dr. Kumar comes in, let me also announce that we have got one more guest here, Dr. Prashant Narwanare, Commissioner of Social Welfare, Government of Maharashtra. I would request Dr. Prashant also to please take up class. Mr. Prashant would also be talking about the innovations, how the technologies are really helping in transformation and in delivery of social justice schemes in the state of Maharashtra. Over to you, sir.
Okay, so all the distinguished invited on that, all the participants present here. So, since we are focusing on the topic of digital empowered citizens through governance, so let me just mention further to what I talked about in my morning speech. So when we talk about transforming governance focused on citizen services, so far the model that we have seen in India, I didn't mention this, so I can mention this now because this is the vision that we want to achieve when we talk about citizen governance. So far the model that we have followed in India across all the states is that government departments, they digitize one service, they put it online, and then that online portal or the website that has a section for creating a user profile where you fill information, then request for service, the department verifies your eligibility. Now even that is online in most cases, but this is the most usual format. Now, how about going to the next step? Let me just lay out a scenario where it will help you understand what really we should be aiming at. How about government departments discovering that as a citizen, I am eligible for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 services. Then without my applying, the government departments reach out to me the citizen and tell the citizen that you are eligible for this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 services, and this is available to you. You can avail through this portal without the need to fill forms multiple times or getting same information again and again. That would ease out a whole host of issues. Right now, even with the online portals coming for most of the services that government department provides, both at central level and state level, still we have a huge number of people who are unable to discover that they can go at this particular portal and apply and avail that service. So one is lack of information. The other is there is simply no knowledge with them that they can avail this benefit under this scheme or that scheme. So how do you address this problem? So this concept of what we are calling proactive governance. The idea is that today most government departments have data with them through which about citizens, through which they can discover the eligibility of the concerned citizens through the database that they already have. If departments don't have database, then we need to enable a proactive data sharing framework which will allow this discovery of services to happen and this proactive governance to become a reality. So this is very briefly what I want to talk about, and this is actually the vision to which we are trying to reach in Medi. And some states we have seen some elements of this happening. But at a national level, we need to lay out this entire framework and ensure that we reach this stage in the next few years. So for data sharing, I mentioned what do we need for this to happen? One is that we need to allow government departments to do data sharing about the schemes, about citizens, about beneficiaries that they have collected through the schemes that they implement so far. So this data sharing framework, we have published a new draft rule, which some of you may be aware. That is right now in the public consultation phase. We had this last week a consultation daily under the chair of our honorable MOS, where we heard the views of all the stakeholders, including government departments and industry, etc., as to how this data sharing can be really enabled in a proactive framework, where government departments at the back end, they can share data about the schemes, about beneficiaries, and then we need to, so once this data sharing framework is available, that legal framework, already we have NDS Act, that is National Data Sharing and Active Framework. This is METI and DST framework, which was notified in 2010, under which we have developed the Open Common Data Portal. But now we need to modernize that to really allow government departments to be able to do what I described. So this is one element of this puzzle that, or this exercise that we are trying to put in place. Already we are quite a bit ahead in this entire thing. Second, we need to ensure that the data that is now available through their own databases and through this sharing framework that I just mentioned, this data can be proactively analyzed. We can apply algorithms, maybe advanced algorithms, emerging technologies like AI, etc. And then we can glean information which will allow the government departments to really discover the eligibility of the people based on various factors, their age, their income level, community status, their residential status, their life events. So for example, today, a child is born. So automatically, I know that child in Aadhaar ecosystem, so digital ID is ready. After maybe a year or so, the child becomes eligible for Anganwadi services. So that data is there in the Aadhaar database. So they proactively inform the parents or the family that you can send your child to this Anganwadi center. The child attains the age of 5, so he or she is ready for school. So again, you proactively inform. that your child can go to this school, you are in this place, please admit the child to this school. The child has to get health services, for example, immunization. So right now, again, the main mind framework is that the family or the parents have to bring the child to the healthcare center, PSC, get immunized. They are given some card, fiscal card, again, that is noted on which date you will get what. Now, all this can be delivered proactively. And in most cases, even today, we find that many parents are not able to keep up the dates for immunization because either they know information, knowledge, awareness, they forget also sometimes. So all this can be avoided through this simple change in the overall approach that we currently are having. So why I'm saying all this, if you scan the e-governance landscape across the world, in most in developed countries, some countries, this concept has already been implemented. Estonia is one example, where you can see on their portal as to how they have done it. So there, the idea is that based on life events of an individual from birth till his entire life, the eligibility for different services is discovered proactively, and he is informed that you should do this, and get the service. Go to school, go to healthcare service, get immunized, go to college, or all kinds of things can be done. So this is, in a nutshell, what really want to do, and this can be done. Again, I mentioned in the morning about the power of technology. If we can really apply the power of digital technologies to this entire uh, initiative that I just mentioned, then this is very much possible, and we should actually move to this level of maturity in terms of delivering citizen services to the people. Already, we are working with our own media organizations, NIC, etc., and CDAC and other entities to really ensure that this can be taken up as a major national framework. Data sharing framework I mentioned, we are putting in place. We have the IT infra already. We have a very major cloud platform, which was initiated some 7, 8 years ago, called Meghraj, through which all the government departments we are continuing to host their applications, data, etc. The state governments in the past we have funded them to create IT infra, create networks, etc. So all this has to be used to really ensure that the applications that the department develop, they use this approach for ensuring that no one is left behind. The idea is that every person, when we say that the people in this particular qualification criteria are eligible, then everyone must get that scheme. We need not leave it to the people to discover, become aware, read, or approach a government department or approach somebody to get that benefit. That should not be the case. We should actually, being a proactive government, we should actually be able to discover through this power of digital technologies as to how best we can implement these schemes. Already, this concept is there in some form in our DBT schemes, for example, that benefit transfer, where proactively government is giving transfers of whatever benefits through this digital platform with Aadhaar, then mobile and bank accounts. This needs to be expanded to cover the entire ecosystem, and that's where we are aiming at. And in that, again, my request to everyone is that we must bring all the states on board, because states are the place, I mean, they are the level at which all these services are actually delivered to the people, states and local government. So this has to happen, and this, if we can reach this level of maturity in our citizen services, then using the power of technology, then I think we will really be able to claim that we are a successful government in terms of ensuring that our schemes are implemented with the intent that they were designed for, and with the target based on who all can be served, not based on the issue that I mentioned. So I think this is where we want to reach, and this is where we all should strive now towards attaining this vision. Thank you.
introduction, Dr. Rajendra Kumar. Let me now quickly invite Mr. Vipul Mitra, Additional Chief Secretary to the Government of Gujarat, Department of Panchayati Raj. His thoughts on this topic.
Good afternoon, friends. My talk was kept for the evening session, but it was more relevant to this part of the discussion. So, I thought it's better that we discuss it here. This is a brief presentation I would like to give you. But before that, I'd like to tell you a story. Since Government of India is also there, the story began in 2006. और उस समय जो हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैं, हमारे सीएम साहब थे वहाँ पे. So once we were in the cabinet, and I was, as luck would have it, I was in the same department at a different post. So I was the development commissioner, looking after the rural areas. Now the development commission reports to me, so I am additional chief secretary back to the same department, which is Panchayat, Rural Development, Rural Housing. So basically the entire rural area of the state. So we were talking of the same problem which he just mentioned, that people have to go to तालुका headquarters. लोगों को अपने काम कराने के लिए डिस्ट्रिक्ट जाना पड़ता है, तालुका जाना पड़ता है, तो उसको कैसे आप एड्रेस कर सकते हैं? As we all know, Honorable PM is very proactive about use of technology, and he always insisted even in Gujarat कि आप टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करिए और लोग जो हैं जहाँ पे हैं उनको वहीं पे सेवा प्राप्त हो सके. So this was a mandate which he gave to us and we started working. और हम लोगों ने उस समय 2006-07 में we got a mandate कि सभी गांव में गुजरात में there were 18,000 villages. So he said in the next 6 months all the villages should be connected with internet. You can imagine such a big mandate and such a short period of time, so that people can get services at the village level. So government का जो system है उसके अंदर departmental system में things are very difficult to move, so we created a separate society called E-Grand Society. Under the instruction, I can go through this. Okay. So this society was created in 2007, and it was basically a special purpose vehicle for operating the internet in the rural areas of Gujarat. So this is the mandate which we got: ease, economy, efficiency, effectiveness, and ethics. So while this was going on, हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था कि हर एक गांव में ग्राम पंचायत का घर होना चाहिए, उसमें बिजली होनी चाहिए और उसमें कंप्यूटर होना चाहिए. कंप्यूटर में कनेक्टिविटी होनी चाहिए थ्रू इंटरनेट, and there should be a person who can give services. So it was a huge task, and this was given to different departments. So he launched a scheme called Uttarakhand Yojana, in which the agricultural feeder was separated from domestic feeder, and all villages during this time were connected with 24/7 electricity, 3-phase electricity for the habitat for the people living in the Gamtal area. And all Gram Panchayats were connected with 24 hours electricity, which was a big step. A lot of fund was given to the department to construct the rooms, the panchayats, and we purchased computers, furniture, etc. Then it came to manpower. There was a lot of suggestions from, including various sources, that we should recruit people. So you can imagine 20,000 लोग हमको चाहिए थे उस समय to run and operate these rural areas or kiosks. So what you see as CSC is actually, this is precursor to the CSC in that time. So no state government would have financed that kind of finance to recruit 20,000 people within the next 6 months. You can imagine all this is going on parallelly. So 6 months include doing everything, all these things. So we came up with the idea, Gujarat is a very, very pro-entrepreneurship state. So we said we will put a person and call him a village computer entrepreneur. He will sit there and we will fix rates. He will give services to people and we will charge money for the services directly from the public. That time you can imagine, 13, 14, 15 years ago, ये एक बहुत रेवोल्यूशनरी आइडिया था और हम लोग उसको कमर्शियलाइज कर रहे हैं सरकारी सेवा को लोगों से पैसा ले करके विद द रेट लिस्ट विदाउट एम्प्लॉइंग द गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉई एट द कियोस्क सो कुछ थोड़ा बहुत विरोध भी था देयर वाज लॉट ऑफ डिलेमा पॉलिटिकली आल्सो हाउ विल पीपल रिस्पॉन्ड लोगों से आप पैसा ले रहे हैं जो फ्री देते हैं सर्विस So we told that लोग अभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर जाते हैं पूरा बिगाड़ते हैं उसका हमने एक स्टडी किया सो ऑन एन एवरेज 100 रुपए आ लगता है कोई भी सर्विस लेने के लिए which is a huge amount of money. So we fixed a rate of 20 rupees. The 20 rupees he will give and he will get the service at the village level. And we appointed a person called village computer entrepreneur. And through various government orders, all the departments were mandated कि आप अपनी जो सर्विस है वो विलेज लेवल तक लेकर भी जाइए Then the issue was of internet. How do we provide internet? Can you see this slide? Okay. So this is the kind of services which have been rolled over the years. This was upgraded. सभी गांव में 98% अपटाइम है सभी गांव में कंप्यूटर एंटरप्रेन्योर आज की डेट में काम कर रहे हैं सर्विसेज दे रहे हैं ऑन एन एवरेज लोकल विलेज का लड़का बिठाते हैं वहां पे एंड ही अर्न्स बिटवीन 10 to 15,000 rupees per month out of this and you can see the income from panchayat which is there. Electricity bill collection is one part, so people don't have to go to electricity office to deposit their bills, and the electricity department pays to the VC some money for accepting the money, so it becomes later local bank also. Pipe gas, गुजरात में बहुत जगह है, villages में बहुत सी है, तो वहाँ पे इसका भी जो बिल है वो भी भर रहे हैं. And in 2017, this was started, digital seva sector was started, and a lot of services. आज की डेट में 280 सर्विसेज हम लोग village level में दे रहे हैं. So this is a brief list of services which we are giving. You can see that even the packages which we are giving announcing right now, किसान के लिए तो पैकेज अनाउंस करते हैं, purchase at a minimum price of crops, everything is related to the VC. So all department, he becomes representative of all department at village level. In fact, he has become more powerful than the Patwari. And the Patwari, as in most of the states, there's a problem that Patwari is not found or it's a lot of corruption at the grassroots level, in giving the various documents of land. So all that was taken away from Patwari even with this fellow. And he's a private chap. If there is a complaint, he can be removed without any notice. He's just removed. The power of removal was given to the BDO, not even to the BDO, not even to the collector. So the block officer could just remove if there is a complaint, if he does not attend, if he overcharges, if he does not come on time, if he does not give services, and he can, another computer literate person from the village or around the villages can be recruited and made to sit there. So all the infrastructure we provide, and we authenticate the person through digital signature, and he is appointed as the VC. Keep happening on a daily basis. So every day on an average 500 to 700 such VCs are moved and reappointed in the state. You can imagine the scale of changeability. So affidavits, ration cards, Aadhaar cards, updation of Aadhaar cards, death certificate, birth certificate, even domestic service registration, police verification, driving license applications. To get a copy of your FIR, you can get it from the village level. You don't have to go to the police station, parent registration, affidavit of income certificate which is valid. various survey details, various pension schemes, so all these, even Ayushman card, health card, all these things are now given under this level. This is recently what has been done, with groundnut, when you purchase groundnut at the minimum support price, Civil Supplies Corporation gives the work to this fellow. So a lot of government departments are actually converging. So it's become a point of convergence at this level. This is Aadhaar card. Over a period of time, we have also given him fingerprint devices, we have given him printers, we have given him water coolers, solar water coolers. So our e-learn center is actually become like a mini passport office or a minimum, small office at the village level where people can sit, relax, have water, clean water. Many of them have air coolers, some of them even have ACs at that level, and comfortable sitting place, then they get all the services. All the central government schemes at village level are also running through this fellow, one chat. So the 15 rupees, 20 rupees he gets, 5 rupees go to Gram Panchayat. And the rent of the place which is being used, so Gram Panchayat income also has been increasing over a period of time. You can imagine that in the last 2 months, the exam center in Gujarat handled about 1 crore 11 lakh applications. That is the scale. Almost like 40 to 50 lakh applications are handled at the village level. These are some of the awards which we won, international award. So it is very important that there is convergence. So what you mentioned, लोगों को नहीं आना चाहिए. Government has to go to people, and the saturation approach is what we have recently started about last month. That we are surveying the CC is coming from home to home after his office hours, and he surveys each household. That what are the things which are still pending in terms of individual beneficiary scheme. अगर आपकी फैमिली में कोई विधवा है तो विधवा सहाय बाकी है, कोई स्कॉलरशिप बाकी है, आयुष्मान कार्ड बाकी है, किसी के ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस में कोई इशू है, तो there is a format about various services. So he goes from home to home and asks proactively, and then he carries the details with him, and we are trying to integrate so that every time you apply for a service, you don't have to give documents afresh. All the documents should be available as part of your portal within the government system. So this is what Gujarat is doing now. The government has recently decided to provide Wi-Fi at the village level. So next about 4 months, all our 14,000 villages will have Wi-Fi within the Panchayat area hotspot. And we are thinking of creating computer teaching centers as part of the Panchayat. So once there is internet, there is Wi-Fi, we have a tremendous scope. So some of you who deal with these subjects, please look out for various tenders which will be coming from our state for all these works. So I'm thankful to the VG and Elets. There's always an opportunity to interact and put our viewpoint. BharatNet is working, the second phase is working well. The first phase has certain issues which we have taken up with the Government of India, and hopefully things will be better. So thank you very much. If there are any questions, we can talk about it later. Thank you.
So it was Mr. Vipul Mitra, ACSP Government of Gujarat, Panchayati Raj and Rural Development Department. Our chief guest, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, has to make a leave now. So I will request Mr. Sachin Nagpal from Nutanix to present a memento for our chief guest, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, as well as Mr. Vipul Mitra. Sachin Nagpal is there in the hall. Sachin Nagpal from Nutanix. We have been informed that Dr. Rajendra Kumar has to leave now, along with ACS Gujarat, Mr. Vipul Mitra. A small token of appreciation from Nutanix team headed by Sachin Nagpal. Mementos for our chief guest of the day, Dr. Rajendra Kumar and Mr. Vipul Mitra. One memento for Mr. Mitra also, Mr. Vipul Mitra. Sachin, once again. The next phase of this discussion would be an interactive panel discussion between the speakers. It will be an interactive panel discussion between the city speakers, Dr. Sunil Pawar, CEO of Center for E-Governance, Government of Karnataka, Gautam Nimbagada, founder and CEO of Quixi, and we have with us Dr. Prashant Narwadare, Commissioner for Social Welfare, Government of Maharashtra. And this session would be moderated by Dr. Ravi Gupta, Editor-in-Chief and CEO of Elets Media. The topic of this panel discussion is Digital India, Empowering Citizens Through Innovations and Governance. Over to you, Dr. Gupta. And I will request Dr. Gupta to watch 14:15.
Hello. Sorry, I got confused with someone. So, may I request Mr. Gautam, who is the founder and CEO of Elets. So, Gautam, your views on the digital India and how you are seeing the collaboration between government and the private sector and the startup sector, and any specific issue that you wish to highlight.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi. So, from a we are a startup, we're a 2.5-year-old company, but we've been growing quite rapidly. We're a no-code platform, and we allow processes to be automated 10 times faster. So, with that quick introduction, I'll give you this context so that the perspective that I have. Well, I came back to India in 2011 from US. I did my master's there. I worked there for a couple of years. And the environment for startups or private sector in India, when working with the government of either the central government, the government of India, or any of the states, the amount of process that someone had to go through and the level of support at a policy level was not as much as one would expect. But over the last, in this last 1 decade that I've been in India, this has grown tremendously. In fact, when we started 2.5 years back, surprised me. We were able to do it in less than a day, whether it was the registration of the company or statutory bodies, and then being able to apply and register under Startup India, a very seamless process. This encourages more and more businesses to actually start and invest into India. Because we being Indians, this becomes our first choice. But this process and easy to start business allows a lot of companies from outside India to also participate in the India story. So that's one aspect that we've seen. What we've also seen as our chief guest, Dr. Rajendra Kumar has also mentioned, the amount of digital transformation that has happened in government in delivering services to the citizens, and also internally in how the operations are being digitized and automated. Therefore, the efficiency is increased. Over the last 10 years has been fantastic. There is so much that we've achieved, but what we've also seen when we did a research and we spoke with multiple advisory firms, the level of automation across the world, government and private sector, including the West, is at 20%. Right? With the amount of digital technology that is pervasive today, you would assume that we should be somewhere in the 60 or 70% of automation. Right? But today we are only at 20%. This is the global average of automation. So which it might look like as a problem, but it's also a huge opportunity where you would like to take that level of automation from 20% to 80% for a kind of an optimum level of automation. So that would, and we are seeing the governments coming up with this Digital India program and then having a focus on creating this infrastructure, whether it is the payment infrastructure or the digital locker infrastructure from a privacy point of view, or Aadhaar itself, the digital identity infrastructure, lays a foundation for a whole lot of applications to be built on top of that infrastructure to either deliver services to citizens or to even automate their own processes internally for the government departments, and therefore they'll be able to deliver higher quality services to citizens.
It was Gautam, and it's heartening to know that you returned from USA to help this e-governance ecosystem develop here. And being a startup in this sector, of course, it's not easy. It's a very, very difficult sector, but the opportunities are crucial. So thank you for joining in. Let me request Dr. Soni. And government collaboration vision.
Namaskar, सभी को नमस्कार। मैं और I think you have first to stick to the topic, which was how technology is helping for the citizen service delivery. Having spent close to 7-8 years in this field, especially in the citizen service delivery, I can see that there is a clear transformation of how it is the approaches. क्या होता है, आप सिटीजन डिलीवरी को ऐसा देखिए कि एक बिल्डिंग है जिसके अंदर सिटीजन को जाना है कुछ काम कराने के लिए। उस बिल्डिंग का सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है कि एक ही गेट होना चाहिए, वरना अगर कहीं से सिटीजन गया तो वो डिफरेंट वेज में ट्रीट किया जाएगा, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स के द्वारा, फंक्शनरीज के द्वारा। एक ही दरवाजा होना जरूरी है। वो दरवाजा बनाया इन सभी प्लेटफॉर्म्स ने, जैसे सेवा सिंधु गवर्नमेंट ऑफ कर्नाटका का है, गुजरात का भी हमने देखा, हरियाणा का सरल देखा हमने, इसी तरह से मी सेवा आंध्र प्रदेश का, जन मित्रा है। इस तरह के ये सर्विस, एक सर्विस प्लेटफॉर्म, सारी सिटीजन सर्विसेज उस एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे हो, so that citizen has a similar experience. Of course वहां पर टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनर्स आएंगे, which I will come later. उस दरवाजे पर एक चौकीदार बिठाना बहुत जरूरी है, एंड दैट इज द सिटीजन सर्विसेज गारंटी एक्ट। अगर कोई सिटीजन इस दरवाजे से आया, ही वांट्स अ सर्विस, तो वहां पर सिटीजन सर्विसेज गारंटी एक्ट है कि नहीं। हर सिटीजन जिसने कुछ मांगा है सरकार से, उसका वहां पर रिकॉर्ड होना चाहिए, वो कब उसकी एप्लीकेशन आई और कब वो वापस जा रही है। ये सब वर्चुअल हो रहा है, इट इज नॉट लाइक फिजिकल कोई बिल्डिंग है। तो इस दिशा में आप देखिए, कर्नाटका का सकाला है, बिहार का सिटीजन सर्विसेज गारंटी एक्ट है, हरियाणा के एक्ट्स हैं। यहां तक ये एक जर्नी हुई सिटीजन सर्विसेज की, जो मोर और लेस सभी स्टेट्स ने अचीव कर लिया। द सेकंड स्टेप इज प्रोएक्टिव डिलीवरी ऑफ सर्विस। उसका एक है कि फिजिकली सिटीजन को कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, होम डिलीवरी started by the Delhi government. Second was Karnataka, where we started in terms of जन सेविका, जहां सिटीजन एक फोन करता है, मुझे कास्ट सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए, एंड दैट्स द एंड ऑफ इट। उसके घर पे कास्ट सर्टिफिकेट पहुंचता है, वो सारा प्रोसेस उसको घर बैठे किया जाता है। दिस इज द एक्सपेक्टेशन ऑफ द सिटीजन। थर्ड स्टेप, अब जो स्टेट्स ने ये सब कर लिया या जो नहीं भी कर पाए, अब तीसरा फेज आ रहा है जहां क्वेश्चन, जैसे कि एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी सर ने कहा कि why should there be a need to apply? There should not be any application by the citizen. What does citizen need? Either it's a benefit or it's a certificate. Now government knows everything about the citizen. हमें पता है आपकी जाति क्या है, हमें पता है कि आपके पास कितनी जमीन है, आप किसके पुत्र हैं, सब कुछ है. Everything is there with the government. So what is the need to apply? वो बिल्डिंग ही क्यों होनी चाहिए, वो दरवाजा, वो चौकीदार, कोई जरूरत नहीं है. So those states which are in the phase where they have not digitized their services and not brought under the same platform, उनके लिए golden opportunity है that instead of going this road, take a shortcut और सीधे इस पर पहुंचे, auto eligibility. सर बता रहे थे कि a citizen should be able to know for what services he is eligible. हमारे कर्नाटका में सुविधा एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, वो यही करता है. आप एज ए सिटीजन अपना डाटा डालिए, इट विल टेल यू गवर्नमेंट की कौन कौन सी स्कीम्स आपके लिए हैं, आप कहां कहां जा सकते हैं. इन सबके लिए सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है सिटीजन का डाटाबेस. उस दिशा में अब एवरी स्टेट इज वर्किंग, और जो स्टेट उस दिशा में काम नहीं करेगा, आई मीन दे विल फॉल बिहाइंड. राजस्थान ने भामाशाह किया, आंध्र प्रदेश ने किया, तेलंगाना ने किया, कर्नाटका का कुटुंबा सिस्टम है. कर्नाटक कुटुंबा सिस्टम कंटेन्स एवरी इंफॉर्मेशन अबाउट द सिटीजन, ऑलमोस्ट एवरीथिंग विच इज नीडेड. अगर वो कोई उसको कास्ट सर्टिफिकेट इश्यू हुआ था तो वो वहां पर है, उसकी जमीन कितनी है वो वहां पर है, राशन का कुछ मिला था तो वो वहां पर है. बच्चे, उस फैमिली में जो बच्चे हैं वो किसी स्कूल में एडमिशन होते हैं, कर्नाटका सेट्स डाटाबेस है. जैसे ही बच्चा स्कूल में एंट्री लेता है, उसका एक वो डाटाबेस में एंट्री हो जाती है, एंड थ्रू आउट द स्कूल जर्नी ही इज ट्रैक्ड. अगर मैंने कहीं नौकरी के लिए अप्लाई किया और मुझसे 10th का सर्टिफिकेट पूछा जा रहा है, वो ऑलरेडी है गवर्नमेंट के पास, सो इट शुड डायरेक्टली फ्लो. ये स्टेज लाने के लिए जो ग्राउंड वर्क करना है, दैट ग्राउंड वर्क इज बिल्डिंग ERPs. आपने देखा होगा, इंडस्ट्री वाले सब जानते हैं, द सैप सिस्टम है, इस तरह के बहुत सारे प्रोप्राइटरी सॉफ्टवेयर है जो इंडस्ट्री वाले यूज करते हैं. वो एक सॉफ्टवेयर है जो उनका पूरा गैमेट ऑफ एक्टिविटीज को करता है. तो नेक्स्ट फेज में जो गवर्नमेंट को जाना है, दैट इज बिल्डिंग सेक्टर स्पेसिफिक ERPs. हमारे पास ऐसे ERPs होने चाहिए जो सेक्टर स्पेसिफिक हैं. सोशल सेक्टर का एक है, एक ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर का है, उसका एंड टू एंड एवरीथिंग शुड बी देयर. तब जाके जो ड्रीम है हमारे कंट्री का कि ऑटो एलिजिबिलिटी, एंड देन फिर सब आसान हो जाएगा. लेकिन वो सिस्टम्स लाने हैं पहले. अगर ये सिस्टम ले आए तो यू कंबाइन ऑटो एलिजिबिलिटी है, उसके अलावा नीड स्कोर का एक कॉन्सेप्ट है, डेप्रीवेशन इंडेक्स है. डेप्रीवेशन इंडेक्स के बेसिस पे कोई फैमिली कितनी डिप्राइव्ड है, वो कितनी जरूरत में है, कितनी जरूरतमंद है, उसका एक स्कोर होगा. उसके बाद गवर्नमेंट जैसे ही अनाउंस करती है कि किसानों के लिए एक स्कीम आई है कि 10,000 रुपए किसानों के खाते में पहुंचने हैं, वो किस किसान के खाते में जाएंगे पहले? भाई आप अभी तो एप्लीकेशन है, अगर बाद में भी एप्लीकेशन लेते रहे तो कोई फायदा नहीं. DBT एक अच्छा स्टेप है, लेकिन अभी भी एप्लीकेशन तो देनी ही पड़ती है ना कहीं ना कहीं. सो ऑटो एलिजिबिलिटी जब आएगी, जब हमें पता होना चाहिए व्हाट इज द डेप्रीवेशन इंडेक्स ऑफ दैट फैमिली, उसका डेप्रीवेशन स्कोर क्या है. अगर उसका 5 है, मान लीजिए 10 में से 5 है, तो सबसे पहले जो पैसा आएगा वो उसके पास जाएगा, स्कीम में ऑटोमेटिकली आ जाएगा. दिस कैन नॉट बी अचीव विदाउट द इंडस्ट्री एंड गवर्नमेंट पार्टनरशिप. दिस इज वेयर वी ऑल हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर. कर्नाटका गवर्नमेंट में अभी इन्होंने, आपने बताया लो कोड नो कोड प्लेटफॉर्म के बारे में बताया. दीज आर न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी, ब्लॉकचेन है, उनको यूज करके कैसे हम ये सारे के सारे सिस्टम जो मैं कह रहा हूं, जो अंडरलाइंग ERPs बिल्ड करने हैं इन ऑर्डर टू अचीव दी ऑटो एलिजिबिलिटी गोल, वो अंडरलाइन सिस्टम जो स्टेट्स बना लेंगे वो आगे बढ़ जाएंगे. तो हम लोग कर्नाटका में इस दिशा में वर्क कर रहे हैं. सो वी हैव पार्टनरशिप्स विद मेनी ऑफ आवर पार्टनर्स आर सिटिंग हियर. हमारे डाटा सेंटर में हमारी पार्टनरशिप्स हैं. इसके अलावा हमारा एक सेंटर फॉर स्मार्ट गवर्नेंस हमने बनाया है, जो एक सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. उसमें वी आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू वर्क ऑन हाउ लो कोड प्लेटफॉर्म्स के साथ कैसे हम इंटीग्रेट कर सकते हैं. एंड इंडस्ट्री एंड गवर्नमेंट टुगेदर जब वर्क करेंगे, देन ओनली दीज काइंड ऑफ सिस्टम्स आर पॉसिबल. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. I like this idea ki, saying that citizens are entering the government system through various gates and you need a single gate. और अगर हर आदमी अलग अलग गेट से जाएगा तो एक्चुअली एक भूल भुलैया में फंस जाएगा, जो बहुत सारे डिपार्टमेंट्स में भी सिचुएशन है. तो let me and you have touched upon various social welfare schemes. So we have here with us Dr. Prashant, who is the Commissioner Social Welfare Government of Maharashtra. So if you can highlight that, how is your department using IT and how, what is your vision for IT adoption in the government?
Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity. In the government of Maharashtra, we have a budget of around 10,000 crores. And a lot of our budget goes on education sector, especially the government of India scholarship, which we give, have the component of 1,300 crores. And apart from that, we are giving it through DBT indeed. And pre-matric scholarship, around 5 lakh students we give. That also we are planning to come on DBT. Same like what my friend from Karnataka told, that they have identified the needs. They have a tool to identify the needs, and accordingly they will be giving benefits, accruing the deprivation index which they may have formed. So though we do not have that system in place, but we do have a software system in place wherein our beneficiaries can directly come on board through our software systems, and they can be given various benefits like caste validity certificate that we give, that is online. So several plethora of services that we give. Once upon a time, they have to visit our office and then wait in long queue to get various benefits from government. But now, through our department, we have digitized various schemes, and through the digitization of schemes, I feel we are giving them services at their doorsteps. Apart from that, I am given to understand that I was asked to share some of the aspects of rural development and how we could innovate in the 2 districts where we worked in. So I would like to have a very brief presentation on that. Especially, we worked in the district of Osmanabad, where in 2014 I was a district collector, and we gathered 2,88,000 farmers and 14,600 farmer groups we formed. We had several different clusters. We were fighting with the menace of farmer suicide, and I feel this is an innovative solution that we took, and that was recognized nationally. So I was asked to present that. I request to just show one video on that.
Pada region of central Maharashtra is mostly parched lands and dying crops, but some areas are a sight for sore eyes. NBC TV 18's Archana Shukla reports that in Osmanabad district, a farmer collective has taken to cultivating some flowers, and hope is in full bloom.
32-year-old Sudarshan Vatkar was nearing desperation a couple of years ago. But one decision has helped things come up roses, or Jarbera flowers if you want to go literal. A marginal farmer in Padoli village in Osmanabad district, Sudarshan gave up working as a farm laborer 2 years ago to join the Lok Kalyan group, a collective of 12 young farmers who grow Jarbera flowers or African daisies. Today, Sudarshan owns 1 acre of land dedicated to these flowers and earns over 50,000 rupees a month.
मैं अकेला तो कभी भी नहीं आता, मैं ग्रुप बना इसीलिए मेरे को इधर मौका मिला. अकेला तो मैं था ही 2007 से 2014 तक काम ही करता था दूसरे के पॉलियोस में, तब तो नहीं मौका मिला.
This farmer group success has transformed Osmanabad district into a hub for Jarbera plantation, and the flowers are sent to markets in faraway cities like Hyderabad, Delhi, and even Sri Lanka. There are 68 such polyhouses for Jarbera flower in this one taluka of Osmanabad in this district, and it produces about 1,50,000 such flowers on a daily basis. Government aid has also helped. Under the National Horticulture Mission, the government provides farmers with a 50% subsidy to set up flower polyhouses like this one. And since Jarberas do not need much water to thrive, a small pond like this is sufficient to service the polyhouse. The farmers group approach has also aided in securing loans and giving the producers pricing power.
से 10-12 लोग को लोन पास कर दिया बैंक ने, तो उसी में मेरे को ये मौका मिला।
ग्रुप रहने से क्या होता है, जो भी परचेसिंग करेंगे हम लोग, जो रॉ मटेरियल है उसमें हमारे को थोड़ा सस्ता गिरता है, और मार्केट में भी प्रेशर रहता है कि एक क्वांटिटी में फूल एक गांव से आ रहे बोले तो व्यापारी लोग भी थोड़ा हमसे ये करते हैं।
Charberas fetch anywhere between 1 and 15 rupees per flower depending on demand. Last year the farmers group turned a profit of 50 lakh rupees. But Charberas are not the only crop. In the district, 14,620 registered groups, together comprising 2,88,000 farmers, produce and sell a wide variety of crops, from tomatoes to grapes.
Last year, our per capita income was 70,000.
Okay.
So, our per capita income increased from 53,000 to 70,000. Because we do not have any other source of livelihood other than agriculture. This growth is purely agricultural growth.
The next step, corporatization.
35 farmer producer companies, which are limited companies, are established. Farmer could not have ever imagined that they could become director or chairman of any private limited companies, but now they are.
VRD Agro Products in Sarola village is one such example. It began when 10 farmers got together and took a loan of 1 lakh rupees each to invest in mechanized farming. Today, VRD Agro has 250 farmer members as shareholders and has even expanded into seed manufacture. Empowering farmers to be their own brand ambassadors in the market has turned a distressed district into one brimming with confidence. And the state administration is looking at taking this model to other water-starved regions in the state. With camera person Swapnil Bandekar, this is Archana Shukla in Osmanabad district.
This is an example that how state and the people, when they come together with the help of technology, we change their lives and the livelihoods. The second example that I could quote is in the tribal district of Palghar, where the predominantly tribal people were there, and with the help of technology and with the help of our intervention, we could give their rights to them, especially the forest rights sat and the pattas and all those things, using the digital mode and of course with the help of our forest and the revenue department. In that we have given 41,000 forest rights pattas to and 54 lakh acres of land is given. Apart from that, we could give 1.78 lakh certificates of different types online to our people. So this is another great intervention which we call Tribal Right Expansion and Empowerment Program. I would like you to just have a clip of that.
Tribals are finding their rightful place in the society. Initiatives of government and district administration are making them more confident and self-reliant. Predominantly, tribal district of Palghar, situated on the western coast of Maharashtra, is creating its own success story. District Collector Dr. Prashant Narnavre is leading this change. Under the leadership of Dr. Prashant, TREE project was launched. TREE stands for Tribal Rights Expansion and Empowerment. Empowering tribal communities and individuals to solve their own problems was the basic aim. TREE project comprises a bunch of initiatives oriented towards empowering tribal communities and individuals by giving their constitutional rights and exposing them to the various government schemes. Within short span, 964 Gram Panchayats were declared and notified under PESA. Administration is now going to the doorstep of the poor. In a short span, more than 570 camps were organized to distribute 1,79,809 certificates. These include caste certificate, Aadhaar card, ration card, income certificates, domicile certificates, election ID, and many more. Around 41,770 individual forest right claims were approved, giving almost 54,789 acres of land to the tribal folks. Around 440 community forest right claims are approved, giving 70,653 acres of land to the tribal communities to protect nature and obtain community benefits. Around 5,000 farmers groups were formed and they got registered under Atma. 18 farmer producer companies were formed and more than 90,000 farmers were bought under these farmers groups and companies. Providing market access to the tribal goods was a challenge before district administration. For that, administration organized Krishi Melawa, that is agriculture fair in urban area of Vasai Virar to connect rural tribal people to urban market. Women are the backbone of society. Under Swayam scheme, 2,25,180 pullet birds are distributed. 6 community workshops were organized to empower more than 300 women. The Kothri project, initiated by district administration, was an innovative project. Government of Maharashtra replicated this scheme in many tribal districts of the state, and apart from that, these handmade products have secured an international market now. Mogra cluster was initiated with help of IIT Mumbai in Jawhar Taluka. IIT provided accessible technology to farmers to enhance rate of harvest of Mogra flowers. District administration started Kunti cluster with help of local NGO. Through this project, rainwater harvesting and water conservation is done in 10 villages of this cluster. Around 1.5 lakh trees were planted. This cluster encouraged communities to cooperate with each other to achieve common good. Tribal empowerment is now blooming in air. They took their own fate in their own hands. Confident people are on their way to create history, and district administration is with them.
So these are the two examples where, with the help of people and the technology, how we try to change the lives of people and enhance the livelihood in that particular area. And the similar work is now we are doing in the social welfare department also, with the help of various NGOs. We are working for the senior citizens, especially we have a portal for them. We have a transgender, we have another portal for registration of transgender, de-addiction. We are working on, and in 28 universities and 24,000 colleges all over Maharashtra, we have established equal opportunity center, and all those equal opportunity centers are now online. So these are the few steps that government of Maharashtra is taking for the benefit of people. I am extremely thankful to you for giving me this opportunity.
Hello. Prashantji, I think imaging examples you showed, and how if government is partnering with the citizens and the overall usage of technology, how it impacts thousands and lakhs of people. Two clear examples. Dr. Prashant, hats off to you for taking these initiatives. Let me return to our other panelists, and as we are seen in these examples, that any government system deals with thousands or lakhs of people, and it requires complex back-end data management systems, ERP systems, to manage these amount of information which is being generated daily by the citizens, by the businesses, by all the stakeholders, and these data has to get compiled at one place, analyzed, and smart decisions have to get taken. So I'm asking Gautam, who is the founder and CEO of Quixi, that how do you look at these issues and what are the possible solutions?
Firstly, I'm very happy to be sharing the dais with such eminent personalities from government and thought leaders who with their programs are actually changing the lives of people. See, as somebody from private industry, we do not necessarily always have the direct impact to be able to change lives. But the whole point of providing great governance is to be able to change lives of people across the spectrum. So I'm firstly thankful that I'm on this dash, sharing this dash with you all. Secondly, on to your question, right? So ability to build complex systems, and for governments, when we have done research and have spoken with a whole lot of departments across India, one thing or two things that came out. So one was that the level of automation within, like as sir was saying, ERPs for specific industries, right, or specific sectors in this case, are not really prevalent in government departments, and which is causing a little bit of a broken system and therefore inefficiencies, which is in turn affecting the delivery of services to citizens. So
the ability to provide great service internally for the government departments and employees of government departments, which will actually turn into great or it will turn into great delivery of citizen services, which is the ultimate objective of great governance. So that is one pattern that we have clearly seen in multiple departments across functions and in multiple governments across India. The second pattern that we've seen is that the requirements of governments are quite varied. So it's not like I can take one product and then just go copy paste in all departments, or even the same department in two different governments operate differently. So I personally must have spoken with hundreds of people trying to absorb this information, and we realized that these are the two common patterns that we've seen. And almost that is the reason why kind of our platform was born, where we realized that if we are able to provide a solution that can be custom fit to any department or function as per their needs, without actually having to go through the challenges of having to build a solution from ground up, which takes a whole lot of time and energy, and the people in government are quite busy. Unlike the public perception, right? I've seen that the officers are very, very busy. They don't have enough time to be able to spend beyond their regular duty to build digital systems. So if we are able to provide a technology solution where the participation of the government officers is minimal, but the speed at which the solutions can be built is 10 times or 20 times faster, then we will be able to solve one problem, which is the level of automation that is required can be solved, and also the custom fit solutions, because each department and each government works differently. So that is why a platform and the methodology that we chose was a no-code platform. How do we solve that problem? How do we make it easy for somebody to build a solution? So no-code platform is essentially like a PowerPoint presentation, right? You will be able to drag and drop and pick and select and build a presentation. Maybe 30 or 40 years back, you would need a graphic artist to be able to build a great presentation. But today, that's not the case. Anybody can build a presentation. So we've taken a similar approach. And now with a similar model, you'll be able to build software, digital software, by dragging and dropping, and anybody and who has no programming knowledge at all will be able to build full stack solutions. So that is the power of no code, whether Quixi or not, right? Our company or not, but the power of no code is being able to transform organizations digitally from end to end. So to answer to your question, sir, that we will be able to, by adopting these technologies, we will be able to address these questions of being able to automate the end-to-end services and processes, and therefore be able to process more complex data across the government service system.
Yes. Time permits, just last 2 minutes. Thank you. It was a very good insight into what. Now, from a government perspective, when government, let us all agree, the government officers who are sitting here, my other friends, let us agree that there are certain niche specialty with the private sector which we cannot achieve. I will tell you in terms of technology. Let us say for accounting, tele software is being used by so many people. There are other softwares also, teles, and so can a government attempt to build a software which will better that? Or let us say if I am trying to build a tracking software, vehicle tracking software for my road transport corporation, क्या वो Google Map जो already दे रहा है उससे बेहतर मैं बना सकता हूँ? So the answer, according to me, after working in this sector, is no. Presently. So there lies the key कि private sector को थोड़ा सा adaptive होना है. They have to, you see, हमारी requirement है, government sector की एक particular requirement है. आपका product हमको suit नहीं कर रहा है इतना, but we know your product is best in that class. तो आपको थोड़ा सा डाउन स्केल आना पड़ेगा, हमारे पास आना पड़ेगा. You have to collaborate to customize this in such a way कि उसके अराउंड मेरा रैपर है. Let us say, there are government organizations जिनके साथ आपको पार्टनरशिप करनी. There may be NIC, there may be CSG kind of organization of Karnataka, where we partner and create products which are more suitable for the government. क्योंकि वही एक रास्ता है। आपकी स्ट्रेंथ टेक्नोलॉजी एंड आपका रिसर्च डेवलपमेंट जो आपने किया, हमारी स्ट्रेंथ गवर्नेंस है। आप देखिए ई गवर्नेंस में ई बहुत एक है, छोटा ई है और GOV 3 वर्ड है। एक्चुअली जब आप फील्ड में जाएंगे तो आपका प्रोडक्ट फेल टेक्नोलॉजी से नहीं होगा, आपका प्रोडक्ट फेल होगा गवर्नेंस से, बिकॉज वहां पे लोग रेडी नहीं थे अडॉप्ट करने को अभी तक। So that's where we collaborate. We bring in the experience of governance. We tell you that this is how you need to modify your products, and you bring in the best technology. And when we combine together, that's when the real synergy and the power of synergy comes out. तो ये लो कोड आपने जो बताया प्लेटफॉर्म्स, इसी तरह के बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स यहाँ पर प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री को बनाने हैं। बट ऑलवेज रिमेंबर, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट को अक्सर नहीं पता होता उन्हें क्या चाहिए। दैट इज द बिगेस्ट थिंग। आप कोई भी गवर्नमेंट का टेंडर उठा के देखिए, FRS SRS लिखा होगा, लेकिन व्हेन यू एंटर इनटू दैट, वो FRS के हिसाब से नहीं होता है काम, बिकॉज गवर्नमेंट इवॉल्व होती है, ऑफिसर्स के साथ आइडियाज इवॉल्व होते हैं। तो आप फिक्स्ड सोचें कि हम ये सॉफ्टवेयर बना लेंगे, उसके ये FRS है, ये SRS है, जब आप उसको जमीन पे उतारेंगे तो वो कंप्लीटली चेंज हो चुका होगा। आप चेंज रिक्वेस्ट डालेंगे एंड देन देयर वुड बी फ्रिक्शन। तो इसलिए इस पार्टनरशिप की बहुत जरूरत है, ताकि वो वाला कंपोनेंट कोई गवर्नमेंट का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन फ्रंट एंडिंग करे, टेक्नोलॉजी आप लोग लाएं, एंड देन वी कोलैबोरेट। दैट विल रियली ट्रांसफॉर्म इंडिया।
Absolutely, sir.
Fantastic. So I will request for closing remarks from each of the panelists, brief closing remarks that how do you see the way forward for e-governance and IT adoption in the government in India?
Thanks. As my friend from Karnataka rightly said, in e-governance, what is most important is the governance. E is just the tool. We have been doing governance from last 5,000 years. The electronic mechanism and all have just appeared maybe 50 years back to make our lives and the lives of citizens and government little more easy to collaborate. And therefore, I feel that a private sector and the government sector both have to adopt themselves. More so for the private sector, because government have certain kind of systems, and these systems are designed by the law of the land and supreme law of the land, which is constitution, executive, legislature, judiciary, all have to succumb to them. There are processes of responsibility. For example, responsible right to service is there, right to information is there, age audit we have to do. So many times I do have an experience of working as a joint MD of CIDCO, City and Industrial Development Corporation, where people used to come and tell us about extremely good softwares, because the systems department was also under me. And then the issue is that what we have to deliver and what they have on their platter sometimes do not match. And then this unmatched thing, if we try to match, we create some kind of mess. And therefore, I feel the systems of governance need to be understood before designing any electronic systems. And then that need to be kept, in an adaptive mode, because governance is a constantly changing process. Whatever is a law today, maybe it is the same, but its interpretation changes because of the judicial pronouncements. We may have to change our way of accounting, though the accounting system is same, but a way of accounting, because of the EG audit and the constant advisors of Accountant General and the constant questioning of Public Accounts Committee, so on and so forth. At why I'm talking, because this is at the state level and national level. When we work, we have to come in the very strict scrutiny of public, of media, and then through that, if we try to deliver, I feel then only there is a crux. So if we have to go further, we have to see that the governance should be first, and E should be used as a tool. One simple thing, before a week I was discussing, I was having a meeting with one of the private sector individual who is developing one of our software. So he was telling, and our officers were telling that he is developing a software for us. I told, no, he is not developing software for us. My officers are developing software, a company is just doing a coding. So I feel software is in the mind of bureaucrat and coding what our friend for private sector have to do. If that collaborates well, our e-governance works. Thanks.
I think excellent inputs by both the speakers, and everyone has tried to say that governance is a bigger stuff which is happening, and E is a plug-in tool which goes in it to transform it, to catalyze it, to make it efficient. And actually that was a concept on which we made the logo of our Ego magazine in 2005. अब अगर आप देखेंगे कि एक प्लग है जो सॉकेट में जो है घुस रहा है, सो गवर्नेंस एक ओवरऑल इकोसिस्टम है और उसमें ई एक जो आप प्लग लगा रहे हैं जिससे कि जो है बिजली जो है ट्रांसमिट हो रही है ओवरऑल सिस्टम में. So that's exactly the idea, I think, which is being explained by our panelists. Let me request Gautam to give his closing remarks.
So as rightly pointed out, E is, you could call it electronic, but it's also, we look at it as enabling governance. So we are not changing governance, we are enabling them through technology to be able to provide faster, efficient governance, because as humans, we always crave for something better. And one way of having good governance, and one of the ways is through technology, but there are many other ways where strong will, great officers, great policies, these are more important aspects of governance. So as technology people, we play a small part in trying to enable governments across India and now also hopefully across the world to be able to provide their services slightly more better. Thank you.
Excellent points.
Yeah, so we remember when the delivery services, home delivery services, let us say Flipkart or Amazon, their growth started from big cities, but real mass will come from when they reach towns and villages. So that is what about e-governance conferences also. So I would request you, Editor Saab, that we have been doing these conferences for officers at a certain level, but unless we go deep into the secretariat, deep into the departments, where the second rung of officials, the people who are sitting on the desk, they have to be made aware. So the next round of conferences and idea sharing should be happening in their huge presence. That would really give the fillip. That would make them accept the technology. That would make them more receptive to when the private sector people go there. So that's my suggestion, that next time let us try to involve those people more.
Fantastic, and I think this is the step which you have rightly mentioned. In fact, if you are like seeing several delegates in this hall, they are representing several departments of the Uttarakhand government and who are implementing IT. So many of these like delegates are actually dealing with a lot of e-governance issues in agriculture department, water department, road department, PWD department, and that's the whole objective of Elets, that we are going to each of the states, each of the smart cities, municipal corporation, collaborating to organize workshops like this, so that the awareness about e-governance not only happens at the top level, at the IAS officer level, but also at the middle level and the lower level. Because unless the buy-in is exactly at the overall department, the implementation of e-governance would never happen. So with this, we will close the session, and may I request the MC to kindly come on the stage, and I can give away the mementos.
Thank you so much, all our esteemed speakers today, for this wonderful session. We would like to present you with mementos. We have Dr. Sunil Panwar, who is the Chief Executive Officer for Center for E-Governance, Government of Karnataka. Thank you so much, sir. We have Mr. Gautam Nimbagada, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Quixi, and Dr. Prashant Narnaware, Commissioner, Social Welfare, Government of Maharashtra. Thank you so much. May we please have the mementos on stage? I would request all our dignitaries and people present in the hall to move towards the lunch area, as we'll be starting the next session at 3 p.m.
A small announcement here first before we proceed for the lunch. After this, lunch will be over by 3 p.m. After the lunch is over, we'll split the hall into two parts. We'll be having dedicated sessions at hall number 2, which is on the first floor. So from here, we'll be having two parts, two sessions, parallel sessions. Half of the delegates would be here and another half of the delegates would be at first floor. So I would request all the delegates here to kindly have their lunch, come back by 3 p.m. Then we move on to hall number 2, which is the Star Hall at first floor. Thank you. लंच के बाद हमारे पास फर्स्ट फ्लोर में एक और हॉल अवेलेबल होगा जहां पर हम रेवेन्यू पे और पावर पे डिस्कशन करेंगे. तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा सभी डेलीगेट से कि फर्स्ट फ्लोर में हॉल नंबर 2 की ओर प्रस्थान करें आफ्टर द लंच.
It's a classic tale of good versus evil. Tax fraudsters intentionally cheat the tax system. Loopholes, kickbacks, failure to pay, offshore tax havens. Their schemes grow more complex and hard to detect. Even honest tax-paying citizens fall prey. The tax cheats work fast, around the clock, around the globe, and still slip past your guards and protections. Legacy systems, mountains of data, false positives, and privacy issues hinder your efforts. Tensions mount. Governments lose trillions in tax revenues annually. And the twist you didn't see coming? Fraud happens where you least expect it. Businesses you frequent, leaders you respect, colleagues you trust. Let's change that. SAS can help you rewrite the script on tax fraud with a solution built by fraud professionals for fraud professionals. Powered by the SAS platform and delivering proven tax compliance analytics to see through complex cheating schemes, no matter how big your data. Work as fast as the fraudsters with accurate results. Detect the subtlest signals that can be hidden links to crime networks. When you're constantly playing catch up to new threats and new rules, trust SAS to uncover the most sophisticated schemes. SAS works smarter and faster to ensure that justice prevails. Learn how we can help you take the lead in fighting tax fraud.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा प्राप्त किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Government workers are committed to doing good for our citizens and communities. Yet the system is plagued with challenges. Fraud and waste are at an all-time high, representing nearly 10% of government program spending. I know firsthand how devastating the cost of fraud can be because I've seen its effects. I'm Carl Hammersberg, and for 26 years, I've worked for and with government to fight fraud, to keep programs financially healthy and improve people's lives. As we know all too well, no one is immune to fraud. 15.4 million cases of identity theft alone occurred in 2016. Programs meant to protect people suffer. I've seen the victims, and you know them too. Senior citizens, single parents, veterans, and special needs children. Innocent, honest people pay the price, and tech-savvy fraudsters are only getting more sophisticated at what they do best. New schemes and new threats require new thinking. It's time to reimagine government without fraud, waste, and abuse. Today, with analytics, it's possible. Recent changes to legal restrictions have enabled better data sharing between agencies, and many states are now acting to make data and analytics a priority. Data sharing at the state and federal level helped crack a $900 million Medicaid and Medicare fraud network. That one case alone brought over 300 arrests. Governments across Europe lose 100 billion euros annually to VAT carousel fraud. By using advanced analytics to proactively stop fraud before it happens, Belgium saves nearly 1 billion euros each year. Using analytics, the IRS stopped nearly 2 million fraudulent refund requests, totaling nearly $15 billion in a single year. In Washington state, my work with data sharing and analysis helped us raise workers' comp tax audits with positive outcomes from 50% to nearly 85%. In all of these examples, we see analytics in action, and it's truly encouraging. So whether you're trying to close the $3.1 trillion tax gap, know if unemployment claims are legitimate, or move beyond pay and chase for Medicaid, the ability to gain deeper data insights and make smarter decisions is critical. With analytics, we have the power to do more for our citizens, and we must.
It's a classic tale of good versus evil. Tax fraudsters intentionally cheat the tax system. Loopholes, kickbacks, failure to pay, offshore tax havens. Their schemes grow more complex and hard to detect. Even honest tax-paying citizens fall prey. The tax cheats work fast, around the clock, around the globe, and still slip past your guards and protections. Legacy systems, mountains of data, false positives, and privacy issues hinder your efforts. Tensions mount. Governments lose trillions in tax revenues annually. And the twist you didn't see coming? Fraud happens where you least expect it. Businesses you frequent, leaders you respect, colleagues you trust. Let's change that. SAS can help you rewrite the script on tax fraud with a solution built by fraud professionals for fraud professionals. Powered by the SAS platform and delivering proven tax compliance analytics to see through complex cheating schemes, no matter how big your data. Work as fast as the fraudsters with accurate results. Detect the subtlest signals that can be hidden links to crime networks. When you're constantly playing catch up to new threats and new rules, trust SAS to uncover the most sophisticated schemes. SAS works smarter and faster to ensure that justice prevails. Learn how we can help you take the lead in fighting tax fraud.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Government workers are committed to doing good for our citizens and communities. Yet the system is plagued with challenges. Fraud and waste are at an all-time high, representing nearly 10% of government program spending. I know firsthand how devastating the cost of fraud can be because I've seen its effects. I'm Carl Hammersberg, and for 26 years, I've worked for and with government to fight fraud, to keep programs financially healthy and improve people's lives. As we know all too well, no one is immune to fraud. 15.4 million cases of identity theft alone occurred in 2016. Programs meant to protect people suffer. I've seen the victims, and you know them too. Senior citizens, single parents, veterans, and special needs children. Innocent, honest people pay the price, and tech-savvy fraudsters are only getting more sophisticated at what they do best. New schemes and new threats require new thinking. It's time to reimagine government without fraud, waste, and abuse. Today, with analytics, it's possible. Recent changes to legal restrictions have enabled better data sharing between agencies, and many states are now acting to make data and analytics a priority. Data sharing at the state and federal level helped crack a $900 million Medicaid and Medicare fraud. That one case alone brought over 300 arrests. Governments across Europe lose 100 billion euros annually to VAT carousel fraud. By using advanced analytics to proactively stop fraud before it happens, Belgium saves nearly 1 billion euros each year. Using analytics, the IRS stopped nearly 2 million fraudulent refund requests, totaling nearly $15 billion in a single year. In Washington state, my work with data sharing and analysis helped us raise workers' comp tax audits with positive outcomes from 50% to nearly 85%. In all of these examples, we see analytics in action, and it's truly encouraging. So whether you're trying to close the $3.1 trillion tax gap, know if unemployment claims are legitimate, or move beyond pay and chase for Medicaid, the ability to gain deeper data insights and make smarter decisions is critical. With analytics, we have the power to do more for our citizens, and we must.
It's a classic tale of good versus evil. Tax fraudsters intentionally cheat the tax system. Loopholes, kickbacks, failure to pay, offshore tax havens. Their schemes grow more complex and hard to detect. Even honest tax-paying citizens fall prey. The tax cheats work fast, around the clock, around the globe, and still slip past your guards and protections. Legacy systems, mountains of data, false positives, and privacy issues hinder your efforts. Tensions mount. Governments lose trillions in tax revenues annually. And the twist you didn't see coming? Fraud happens where you least expect it. Businesses you frequent, leaders you respect, colleagues you trust. Let's change that. SAS can help you rewrite the script on tax fraud with a solution built by fraud professionals for fraud professionals. Powered by the SAS platform and delivering proven tax compliance analytics to see through complex cheating schemes, no matter how big your data. Work as fast as the fraudsters with accurate results. Detect the subtlest signals that can be hidden links to crime networks. When you're constantly playing catch up to new threats and new rules, trust SAS to uncover the most sophisticated schemes. SAS works smarter and faster to ensure that justice prevails. Learn how we can help you take the lead in fighting tax fraud.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना रुतबा खड़ा किया है। तो भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साफ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Government workers are doing for our citizens and community. Yet the system is plagued with challenges. Fraud and waste are at an all-time high, representing nearly 10% of government program spending. I know firsthand how devastating the cost of fraud can be because I've seen its effects. I'm Carl Hammersberg, and for 26 years, I've worked for and with government to fight fraud, to keep programs financially healthy and improve people's lives. As we know all too well, no one is immune to fraud. 15.4 million cases of identity theft alone occurred in 2016. Programs meant to protect people suffer. I've seen the victims, and you know them too. Senior citizens, single parents, veterans, and special needs children. Innocent, honest people pay the price, and tech-savvy fraudsters are only getting more sophisticated at what they do best. New schemes and new threats require new thinking. It's time to reimagine government without fraud, waste, and abuse. Today, with analytics, it's possible. Recent changes to legal restrictions have enabled better data sharing between agencies, and many states are now acting to make data and analytics a priority. Data sharing at the state and federal level helped crack a $900 million Medicaid and Medicare fraud network. That one case alone brought over 300 arrests. Governments across Europe lose 100 billion euros annually to VAT carousel fraud. By using advanced analytics to proactively stop fraud before it happens, Belgium saves nearly 1 billion euros each year. Using analytics, the IRS stopped nearly 2 million fraudulent refund requests, totaling nearly $15 billion in a single year. In Washington State, my work with data sharing and analysis helped us raise workers' comp tax audits with positive outcomes from 50% to nearly 85%. In all of these examples, we see analytics in action, and it's truly encouraging. So whether you're trying to close the $3.1 trillion tax gap, know if unemployment claims are legitimate, or move beyond pay and chase for Medicaid, the ability to gain deeper data insights and make decisions is critical. With analytics, we have the power to do more for our citizens, and we must.
It's a classic tale of good versus evil. Tax fraudsters intentionally cheat the tax system. Loopholes, kickbacks, failure to pay, offshore tax havens. Their schemes grow more complex and hard to detect. Even honest tax-paying citizens fall prey. The tax cheats work fast, around the clock, around the globe, and still slip past your guards and protections. Legacy systems, mountains of data, false positives, and privacy issues hinder your efforts. Tensions mount. Governments lose trillions in tax revenues annually. And the twist you didn't see coming? Fraud happens where you least expect it. Businesses you frequent, leaders you respect, colleagues you trust. Let's change that. SAS can help you rewrite the script on tax fraud with a solution built by fraud professionals for fraud professionals. Powered by the SAS platform and delivering proven tax compliance analytics to see through complex cheating schemes, no matter how big your data. Work as fast as the fraudsters with accurate results. Detect the subtlest signals that can be...
May I request all the people who are standing outside to come inside the hall, please? We are going to start the next panel discussion post-lunch. All team of Elets Technomedia, please request all the delegates to kindly get seated inside the hall. We are going to start the next panel discussion, Smart Energy, Driving India's Power Sector. May I request my colleagues at the back end to please go outside, get all the delegates ASAP. बैठ जाइए, आप लोग जो पहले पीछे खड़े हैं बैठ जाइए. सभी लोग जो लोग सुन पा रहे हैं बैठ जाइए प्लीज.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा प्राप्त किया है और भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं और ये मेरा साथ में हमेशा कहता है आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Requesting all the people who are standing at the back to come on the front, please. आगे आ जाइए, जो बैक पे खड़े हैं आगे को आ जाइए और अपना स्थान ग्रहण कीजिए. आगे को आ जाइए, आप सब लोग आगे को आ जाइए. जो लोग खड़े हैं प्लीज आगे बैठ जाइए. आगे की रोज खाली है.
Government workers are committed to doing good for our citizens and communities. Yet the system is plagued with challenges. Fraud and waste are at an all-time high, representing nearly 10% of government program spending. I know firsthand how devastating the cost of fraud can be because I've seen its effects. I'm Carl Hammersberg. For 26 years, I've worked for and with government to fight fraud, to keep programs financially healthy and improve people's lives.
All are requested कि कृपया आगे के जो है चेयर्स पे आ जाएं, जो लोग पीछे बैठे हैं कृपया आगे आ जाएं, रिक्वेस्ट है आपसे।
मिस्टर गुहा, डॉक्टर कोल्टे आगे बढ़ जाइए सोफे के ऊपर।
आगे आइए सर, आगे आगे।
हाँ आगे बैठिए, खाली पड़ा।
पीछे के जो रोज में जो डेलीगेट्स हैं कृपया आगे आ जाएं, आगे की सीट्स पे आ जाएं।
Single parents, veterans.
Because we are having two halls, hall 1 and hall 2, so कुछ लोग ऊपर हैं।
Tech-savvy fraudsters are only getting more sophisticated at what they do best.
So now we herewith begin the next panel discussion. Topic is smart energy driving India's power sector. This panel discussion, we are honored to be here with us, Mr. Ashish Joshi, Director, Biorefinery, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. I would like to invite Dr. Ashish Joshi to the stage, please. We have with us Dr. Bipin Kumar, Deputy Director, Rooftop Solar Division, MNRE, Government of India. Dr. Bipin Kumar. Dr. Bipin Kumar is there in the hall. Let me invite Mr. Anil Rawal, Managing Director and CEO of IntelliSmart Infrastructure Private Limited. Avinav Sood from the industry side, Business Advisory Industry Consultant, SAS India. Avinav Sood.
Using analytics, the IRS stopped nearly 2 million fraudulent refund requests, totaling nearly $15 billion in a single year. In Washington State,
by the time the panel starts, delegates who are having lunch, they will come back so that we again have a full packed hall once again. This topic of discussion, smart energy driving India's power sector, a very relevant topic in today's context. When we are talking about transformation, then transformation, we are talking across all the sectors of the economy, including power. Power is one such sector which drives or which is an indicator of the development of any nation. More is the economic prosperity, more would be the consumption of power. How do we bring efficiencies? How do we enhance the productivity of this sector? How can technology play a role? And how we can have a sustainable development of the sector as a whole? On this topic, we'll be having an interactive discussion. As I introduced, Mr. Ashish Joshi, Director, BNR, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Dr. Bipin Kumar from MNRE, Anil Rawal from IntelliSmart, and from the industry, Avinav Sood. This session would be conducted by MD and CEO of IntelliSmart, Anil Rawal. So I hand over the proceedings, deliberations to Anil Rawalji. Over to you, sir. Hand mics, please. Hand mics, technical team. Sure.
Right. Thanks a lot for the session, first of all, and pleasure to be here. And I really thank organizers to have me and have this session. So we are talking about smart energy in India and AI/ML. So this topic is about probably smart energy, but energy was always smart. Who has to be smarter is us. And we talk about energy transition. So what is to be transitioned is our approach towards energy. How do we understand energy and how do we treat it and how do we consume it and how do we transfer? So that way it becomes very relevant topic. So energy transition is being discussed a lot in all the arena wherever you go. It has very wide connotations, lots of meaning. multiple interpretations, and at times you feel like four blind men trying and resolve the elephant's structure. So let's talk a bit about it. And before I invite other speakers, we all know global climate change. I'm sure by now only one good thing in last few years has happened, that people have agreed that there is really any climate change. The one man who didn't ever agree was the president of US earlier. Luckily, he's no more. Otherwise, the world now agrees there is a climate change and there is impact of temperature. So Paris Agreement, which I'm sure all of us know, which was entered into 2015, probably was the early agreement among nations to accept, agree, and work about it, that how to handle the climate change and rising temperature. And the target was to bring temperatures within 2 degrees of pre-industrial times by the end of this century. Now it sounds simple, but it is really not. Within 2 degrees, preferably 1.5 degree. And where do we stand? Current expectations really tell that it would be in the range of 3 to 4 degree higher than the pre-industrial times. And that basically means quite serious matter. With whatever we have the current projections, about 570 cities across the globe are on the threat of submergence because of rising waters in the seas, because of glaciers melting. And incidentally, all of us are feeling the change around us, but not sure whether it's really global climate change or not, but we all are saying. So there are telltale signs, and out of those 570 cities which I said, 12 would be from India. Now it sounds a bit more serious. Submergence basically means complete submergence, change in the cropping patterns, serious unemployment, and other many serious issues. So that's what the topic was for Paris climate change. And in Glasgow, in November of 21, this was far more seriously deliberated and was agreed that all the nations would set the temperature control measures by having controlling the emissions. So emissions of greenhouse gases. So India and China were probably the laggards, and they also agreed. And it finally got agreed that by 2070, we'll be net zero. What net zero means? Net zero basically means whatever you emit and you damage the environment, you absorb back at least equal quantity, so that you become net neutral as far as emissions are concerned. So how does all this story has with smart energy? Now let's try and link. To achieve this, what you need to do is biggest is probably reduce dependence on the fossil fuel, coal and other fossil fuels. What you need to increase is renewable energy, which we are doing extremely well, I must say. We must be proud of the fact. But far more is required. Our target is probably 225 gigawatt by 2022 and 450 gigawatt by 2030. So we have to reach there, and I'm sure giant strides are being taken. Matter has really become far more serious now. The whole country is behind this mandate, and I'm sure we together can achieve it. But whether just installing renewable power would handle the situation, just not. It will actually complicate. Having renewable is a solution to greenhouse emission, is a problem also, liability also. How? Because it impacts the grid significantly. When you infuse renewables into the grid, there's lots of variability. You know, solar could be very variable, winds could be very variable. Then how do you control? So control becomes a challenge, and that's the liability which gets created along with the renewable. That's where smartness is required. So when you infuse renewables, there's lots of grid variability, and when there is lots of grid variability, you have to handle the variation with respect to demand. So how do you do that? There are two ways of doing it. You handle the supply side, you handle the demand side, because there are only two sides of the story. Can you handle supply side? When I say supply side, I meant to say when your renewables are increasing, you reduce your thermal, you modulate your other production of the energy. Can you do it in India? Difficult. Why difficult? Because maneuvering power generation is not an easy job. doing for thermal is rather very difficult. You can't put on and off the thermal power plants like that. It takes time. You can't shut them off quickly and start them. So what you can do fast is you can do same thing with gas easily. Few hours on and off. But do you have the gas? Not. You can do very well with hydro. Few hours. Do you have the hydro? Very limited. Are you increasing? Not sure. You can do the same with storage. Batteries. You can store. But do you have the batteries? Not sure. When you will have, not very sure. Then what do you do? So don't try and depend too much on the supply side. Then depend on what? Demand side. At least you can control your demand. We do control the demand even now. How do we do it? Our discoms, when they don't have the power, what they do? They basically shut down the power, load shed, rotation. This mohalla, then this mohalla, then this mohalla, this hour to this hour. They don't have the power, they shut down. But that's not the way. That's really undemocratic way of doing it. Energy transition cannot be undemocratic. You cannot be shutting down my power at any point you want. There has to be some rights of the consumer also. So how do you do it in that case? You install smart meters. That's the big buzz thing now. So last mile consumption pattern understanding, last mile consumption control, last mile consumption empowerment of the consumer, efficiency, financial and operational efficiency in the hands of discoms is the key. You need two things, infrastructure and metering systems. That's why this new RDSS scheme is there, revamped distribution scheme, which is there. That's about making our grid smarter. What is a smart grid? A grid which responds to supply and demand instantaneously. Doesn't take much time. For responding, you need to have the information. Frankly, we don't have the information. How much is consumed in which area? How much power is coming when? That's why we do load shedding. We have the frequency issues. We have unstable grid. We keep struggling with the grid. That's where smartness is required. And that's where smart energy becomes relevant. And from here, we drive AI/ML. When you do smart energy, it throws humongous amount of data. I can comfortably say to you guys that biggest transformational program of the country, for sure, post our independence is now on. It is bit silent, bit subtle, gradual, but very steady. We have done very well on generation. We have done very well on transmission. We have really not done well on distribution because despite many, many efforts, biggest transformational program is going to touch each Indian now because it is working on the last mile. It's working on you, me, and everybody. It's working on our homes. That's what the smart energy is. That's what the energy transition is. Transitioning from fossil fuel to democratic, decentralized energy is energy transition. That's where this topic is very, very critical. I'm sure it's post-lunch and not easy to hear such heavy things, but still we'll try and do our best in keeping you alive. So from here, I request my next speaker. Or you want to go first, or yeah? Let's have Please come. You may have to introduce yourself. Yeah, please come.
All right. Thank you so much for being present here and allowing me the opportunity to come and present to you people. And thank you so much, Anil sir, for sharing this topic. I think some of the part which I was going to cover was already covered by Anil sir. I am specifically going to talk about digital transformation. And now analytics per se is going to play a key role in the digital transformation journey of the discoms in the state, right? That is the core focus which I'll be talking about today. So when we talk about the current Indian power market scenario, you must have heard a lot of things. So we talked about RDSS, we talked about smart meter deployment, we talked about asset performance and upgradation of IT/OT infrastructure. But what we believe is that based on the current regulatory changes which have happened, analytics per se is going to be the Sanjeevani for the Indian power sector. The reason I say that specifically is because over the period of time, a lot of investment has actually gone into the IT/OT infrastructure, right? So to give you an example, from 2003 onwards, we have been hearing about RAP-DRP, right? Then after that, there was IPDS, then there was Uday, There were other initiatives which were run by the government. A lot of money was actually pumped in. What has happened is that the money which has been pumped in has majorly gone into improving the hardware systems of the overall distribution in the transmission space. But now what has happened, this is saturation point which we have received. And we are at a very key point in our overall history, right? So if you look at the current demand pattern of the discoms right now, you will see there are certain key areas, which are going to contribute heavily to increase the overall demand structure of the country. First one being, there's a lot of talk about $5 trillion economy, right? Honorable Prime Minister always talks about, we have to do double-digit growth, we have to increase our economy, we have to touch $5 trillion ASAP. Now, how do you do that? So there's a concept called GDP electricity elasticity. Okay. Now, what does it mean is that if you have to increase the GDP by 1%, the overall consumption and demand has to actually go up by 3 to 4%, right? So if we are expecting a double-digit growth for the next 5 to 10 years, in order to achieve that $5 trillion dream, the demand of consumers has to go up proportionately, and that is going to be huge demand. As things stand, like it was discussed earlier, distribution sector in India is a loss-making business, right? And you cannot continue supplying power to the consumers at a loss. So huge number of transformation has to happen there first. Second, the most important part which we talk about, the growth in the industrial sector of the country. There's a huge push towards coming towards the manufacturing sector. We talk about data centers being established. Now, when we talk about the load profile of a data center, it is going to be base load throughout the year, right? And huge loads which are going to come across. So with such heavy loads, the demand pattern is going to be new. There's a big push towards EV sales also. For example, last year, the two-wheeler EV sales was around 1,300% growth from the previous year. So huge push coming towards that also. There's a big push towards solar rooftop also. I think that was touched upon earlier also. The government is really trying to increase the solar footprint in the country, wherein the individual customers are given certain rebates for installing solar panels. In fact, state of Uttarakhand itself, if you install a solar water heater, you get some subsidy on your electricity bill, flat subsidy which you get. So multiple initiatives are being driven, and with the recent regulatory changes in the electricity sector. So Electricity Act has been amended in 2017, and now there will be a distribution licensee and a supply licensee. So the supply licensee has the onus of providing good quality power to the consumers, because going forward they will have an option of changing the licensee also. And with the event of prepaid meters, you actually can demand good service from the supply licensee, because you are actually paying for it, right? So it is your right to actually ask for that good quality of power. Now, as I said earlier, distribution companies specifically cannot go on running their business on such huge losses. So the buck has to stop somewhere. And I must appreciate them over the period of years with huge investment which have happened in the IT/OT landscape. The losses which were to the tune of 30 to 40% earlier has been brought down to around 20% levels, right? But 20% is still too high. And one point which we miss, so it is just a number 20%. We touched upon the entire value chain of electricity, right? So it goes from left to right. So we generate power, then we transmit power, and then we consume it at the distribution side. That is the most critical part. But something which is more important, which ensures viability of the business, is the other side. That is, the revenue starts flowing from the other end. So distribution companies takes money or collects money from people like you and me. Then they pay to the transmission licensees, and then it flows to the generation licensee, from which they can procure coal and everything, and they can supply us the power. So it's a very tightly knitted circle which is there. The biggest chink in this circle is the lack of collection or loss of revenue which is happening at the distribution side, right? If you look at any of the distribution company, they are anywhere losing 20 to 60 paisa per unit on every electricity or any unit which they are selling. It's a loss for them. Now, what has happened is that they were able to bring those losses down over 15 years to 20%. We have reached a saturation point, right? Wherein so we talked about RDSS. 3 lakh crore funds are going to be dispersed to distribution companies, but the results will not be proportionate. Now, we have been studying the market from the past 46 years. We are working with power utilities from the past 46 years. We have got specific solutions which are dedicated for our customers in the utility space. We have more than 560 customers. What we see right now is that analytics, and specifically AI ML, artificial intelligence, machine learning, streaming analytics, will be the key to unlocking this value of investment which have been made over the past 20 years. They will be the key going forward. Reason being that you have already got loads of data, right? Loads of data which you have generated. You go to any utility, you'll have a SCADA system in place which will have 15-year data, right? You go to any utility, we have got AMI meters, we have got smart meters, we have got billing systems, we have got CRM applications. If you look at their IT landscape, they'll have anywhere between 16 to 25 applications which have been running from the past 10 years. So huge amount of data is available. Now you have to go from reactive to prescriptive and predictive. That is, you have to predict, which customer is going to default, which customer of mine is actually doing theft, where all I have to work upon to improve my revenue. Those insights have to be drawn. Data mining has to happen with data. You have all of data available with you. Investing more on billing system will not generate revenue for you, but making sense of the data which you have collected is actually going to drive your revenue going forward. And that is how you can go from 20% current losses to 10% in the future. So that is one area, wherein a specific requirement is there. From transformation standpoint, since that is the theme of today's session, the transformation will start so it's a journey which you have to undertake. I mean, there is no system or nothing in the world which can happen overnight. But if you have to start the journey, we believe there are 4 potential areas wherein you have to start, which are the lowest hanging fruits, wherein you can get immediate ROI. So the first one would be the supply side management, like it was discussed earlier also. That is the power which is being supplied to the customer. I will give you one more interesting number. So the tariff which we pay in our homes, right? That is in distribution terms, it is called cost of supply, right? That is the cost which I'm incurring to supply power to my consumers, right? If you look at the cost breakup of that basic component, around 70 to 80% for every utility in India is constituted by the component called power purchase cost. That is the money which I'm paying to the generation companies for procuring power from them, right? Huge losses. So if you want to reduce your cost, the first thing would be you hit the nail hard, right? Which is the power purchase cost. How do you do that? You have to forecast better. So there is one very important thing in the electricity sector, which is very unique to any other utility which we have in India. Electricity cannot be stored, and the quantum of electricity which we are generating cannot be stored anywhere. We do not have that much storage space. So whatever you are generating, it has to be consumed, or else it will be lost in the grid itself. So if you are generating something, you have to know how much demand is there so that you can appropriately match it, and then you can generate revenue out of it. So that is more from forecasting and optimization standpoint. Second, the pricing of contracts. So if you look at the current, as things stand today, the prices of electricity in the exchange short-term market, it will be anywhere between 12 to 16 rupees. So now the regulator stepped in and they have made a capping of 12 rupees. But the electricity price which is being sold in exchange right now was around 16-18 rupees at one point in time. Now we all know how much tariff do we pay. I don't think any one of us in our homes have paid anywhere close to 18 rupees as per unit charge for our electricity, right? But that is what the distribution company is buying it for. So they are incurring a revenue loss of anywhere between 10 to 12 rupees for per unit electricity which is being supplied to us. So they have to forecast better, they have to plan better, and they have to optimize better. For that, they will need an analytics platform which can help them do that. Second most important area would be around the loss detection part. So we hear always about, big losses, big scams happening in the sector, people are not paying their bills and everything. You have to be preemptive to understand, where all collusion is happening. And we talk about crimes, there are multiple kind of crimes, right? There is not just electricity theft. There is revenue leakage which has happened. There is financial crime which are happening. There are administrative losses which are being incurred. All of those losses have to be clubbed upon. You cannot just rely on electricity theft by deploying smart meters. Multiple things have to happen in parallel. In order for all of that to happen, you need to have an analytics platform which can do all these activities for you, address customer grievances. So one insight which I tell you, we were doing a project for one of the utility wherein very simple, we analyze that, whenever a customer is raising a complaint regarding his invoice, there's a 50% probability that he's not going to pay for that invoice. So if you are able to address the concern of the customer once you have received the invoice or once you have received the complaint, and the system, the text analytics system is able to tell you that, this customer, there's a probability that it is going to default, you can actually take a preemptive action and ensure that there is no default happening, because money not collected is money lost, right? So such kind of analytics is going to play a key role in the transformation sector. The third one would be the meter analytics portion specifically. Sir, like sir specified, a lot of meters are going to be deployed going forward. We have got lakhs and crores of meters which are being deployed. Now, these meters generate a lot of data, petabytes of data on a daily basis. It is not possible for a human to sit and look through data, right? You need a data mining platform which will get the data for you and pinpoint those areas who are going to solve your problem. we have to understand that the power distribution companies, they are in the business of power distribution, not data churning, right? The data churning has to happen from the system itself. That is where the analytics platform is going to play a key role. Also, the peak load management part has to be looked upon. So we talked about, ramping and ramping down. If you're able to control your peak demand, your overall cost of power is going to come down significantly. So that is one more area which has to be definitely looked upon. The fourth area would be the asset part. So if you look at the geography of these companies who we are talking about, huge states, right? So Maharashtra as a state is pretty huge. UP, one of the biggest state, Rajasthan, big state. We have got entities which have like largest, supply license areas. What happens here is that the regulator says that you have to provide 24/7 electricity to each and every consumer, right? There is no provision of any outage which you can take. If you are taking an outage, then there is a penalty which you'll have to pay. Now, in order to supply the electricity to every consumer, because it's a service which you have to provide, you have to deploy critical assets in the field, right? Now there will be distribution transformers, power transformers, current transformers in various parts of the license area. What you have to do is you have to look at how do you reduce the O&M cost of the customer. Now, if you look at the O&M cost, it is around 10 to 12% of the total cost of supply. So if you are selling electricity for 100 rupees, 12 rupees is actually going for the maintenance of the equipment which you have deployed. If you are able to do predictive maintenance, maintenance optimization, and fault detection, then you can subsequently bring down the O&M cost. And we have seen, the O&M cost, which was earlier 12%, we were able to bring it back to around 8%, leading to huge cost savings for the customer. All these four cases have to be supported by the data management platform properly. The reason I say that is because, see, you have huge amount of data, right? Now, if you don't have a data management platform with all those IT applications, any system you deploy will be a garbage in, garbage out system, right? So you have to ensure that the data which is actually going into the system is of very high quality. There are certain data quality protocols which are maintained across the enterprise, and then subsequently that is flowing into the analytics engine, and then subsequently the reports are coming out. There is one more point which is very important, which is the visualization layer. That is, how do you consume the analytics which you have created? So for example, if there's a theft detection model which you have created, right, you are able to detect theft. So there's a IT department control center wherein you have identified that these are the top 50 consumers who we believe are doing theft, right? Now that message has to go to your vigilance team. The biggest issue, specifically in the sector right now, is change management, because we have been doing the same thing from the past 75 years. It is difficult. So we have to change the mode of message which we are giving to our customers, right? So the visualization platform will actually help you give this message in a better way, in a more digital way, to the end consumer or to the end line man who's actually going to go and check these theft cases, and subsequently appropriate action could be taken on top of it. You can actually have an escalation matrix to look at how these alerts are being handled, right? So these will be the 6 major areas wherein the focus is going to be, and this will actually bring about the overall, this will actually improve hugely the overall financial health of the utility and enable them on the digital transformation path. One last example which I would like to highlight is one big customer who we have. We have got a lot of customers in India also, but this one is specifically from loss reduction standpoint. This is one of the biggest utility in Brazil. And if you look at Brazil, why I specifically chose this customer out of 560 and plenty more who we have in India, is because they have majorly like agricultural road, right? And if you speak to any distribution company, they will say that our losses are high because we have agricultural load, and farmers don't pay up, is what they feel. Now, what used to happen in that specific utility, and from size perspective, it supplies to around 12% consumers of the entire country of Brazil. So huge license area, huge set of customers who they are targeting. The losses which they were incurring before they started engaging with us, it is a very recent deal, was around 8,800 crore rupees per year. That was the loss which they were incurring, 8,800 crore rupees per year. And they had invested heavily. I mean, they were the biggest utility. They had invested heavily. They have got everything. DT metering, which we are doing in India right now, it was there. We talk about rural feeders, they were all there. Feeder segregation already there. Everything was there. But still 8,800 crore rupees were being lost on a yearly basis. They took the platform from us. The good bit about platform and any analytics platform, which ideally any distribution company should choose from, there are 2-3 things which you have to look at. One, it should have all the capabilities which are required from data management, from statistical analysis, from data quality perspective, from data flux analysis, from AI/ML capabilities which are required, model management capabilities which are required, and then subsequent visualization capabilities. And it should also be able to detect all kind of financial crimes, all kind of non-technical losses which are incurred. So it could be a financial crime, it could be electricity theft, it could be revenue leakage which is happening, or it could be an administrative loss. All of that has to be incurred, right? All of that has to be at least looked upon. System should have some actionable insights on top of it. So after the deployment of the solution, primarily their initial, before the project, they were.
I may have to play moderator role now. You know, please close.
I'm just closing it. Thank you. So their overall detection rate initially was around 35%, while after the project was deployed, the detection rate got up to 50%. Subsequently, the overall revenue which we saved was around 90 plus crores per year, which we were saving for them. And this happened within a span of 6 months. So within 6 months of deploying an analytics platform, they were able to save close to 90 crore rupees on a yearly basis, which they were not saving earlier. So that is one good learning, which, and we can expect a similar return for Indian utility also. We are NHV working with a lot of Indian customers. And that is the first step, I believe, would be very relevant from the digital transformation standpoint and improving the financial health of the overall Indian power market for us. Thank you so much for being such a kind audience and listening to me. It was a pleasure talking to you all. Thank you.
So thank you, Abhinav. We have our next speaker, Mr. Ashish Joshi. Yeah, please. He is Director BNR, Ministry of Petroleum.
So good afternoon, everybody. So as it has been told, I am the director in the Ministry of Petroleum, and it is something that affects the life of almost everybody today. So today I will be discussing about one of the initiatives that has been taken by the ministry in terms of biofuels. So as most of the speakers must have told you, that energy is one of the most important aspects in our life. And it is interlinked with the growth trajectory of any country. But the problem with most of the energy that we use is it is grey in nature. That is, it is mostly fossil fuels. And that is compounded the fact that in India, 80% of the crude oil is imported and 50% of natural gas. Not only adds to our import budget, but also it is a fact that there are certain emissions that are there because of usage of those fossil fuels. And therefore, a number of steps and initiatives have been taken by the government to ensure that the emissions reduce. In fact, recently in the Glasgow summit, the Honorable Prime Minister announced the Panchamrit, in which it was stated that we will become net zero by 2070. And also our emissions by 1 billion by 2030. So a number of initiatives prior to that and following that have been taken with renewed focus on renewable energy, electric vehicles coming in. And one of the things that has emerged is the biofuels, which I'm going to deliberate upon today. So to promote biofuels, the government announced the National Biofuel Policy in 2018. Am I audible or not? So the government announced a National Biofuel Policy in 2018, which divided biofuels into two categories. One is the basic biofuel and the other one is the advanced biofuel. Now, basic biofuel is 1G technology, where you produce ethanol through sugar and starch. And the advanced biofuel consists of 2G ethanol production, where you're producing ethanol from bio-waste, agricultural waste, and other derivatives. It also includes bio-CNG and other derivatives, and also 3G, which is in the R&D stage, where you produce ethanol by algae. So that policy also envisaged a target whereby 20% of blending of ethanol was required in petrol and 5% of blending of biodiesel and diesel by 2030. But looking at the efforts made by the government, it was decided to to advance the targets to 2025, 26, wherein it was desired that the 20% ethanol blending should be achieved by 2025, with the intermittent target that 10% of blending should be achieved by 21-22, 22-23, November. But as you must have all heard during the speech of the Honorable Prime Minister on the World Environment Day, we have already achieved a 10% blending much ahead of our target date, that is November 22. And that has translated into a forest impact of close to 41,000 crores, a reduction of greenhouse emissions by 2.7 million metric tons, and an expeditious payment to the farmers to a tune of close to 40,000 or 41,000 crores. The target further is to get 20% blending, which I'm quite sure that with the concerted and coordinated efforts of all the ministries, it is quite achievable. Once that is achieved, then on year basis, that would translate into a forest impact of 35,000 crores. Reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions by 2.1 million metric tons every year, and an expeditious payment to the farmers to a tune of 65,000 crores. So that is in itself a very big achievement. Also, if you see, when one biorefinery of capacity of 100 kiloliters per day is installed, that simply means there would be a capital investment of 800 to 1500 crores. And it also means that direct and indirect employment of close to 1,000 to 1,200 jobs would be created. To ensure that the ethanol blending program is a success, the government has taken various initiatives. Those include expanding the scope of the feedstock, giving remunerative prices for the feedstock, reduction in GST from 18 to 5%, and also signing of long-term offtake agreements with the project proponents. And because of that, what we have seen in the past 8 years is that the ethanol blending has increased from 1.53% in 2013 and 14 to 10% right now, which translates from 38 crores liters in 2013-14 to 459, that is the estimated thing. So this is one of the interventions that I wanted to discuss. The other one that the biofuel policy envisages is the biodiesel. Biodiesel in India right now is mostly produced from palm stearin oil. Now, palm stearin oil is mostly imported. You must be knowing that 80% of that is imported. So to reduce the import dependence upon palm stearin oil, there has been a renewed focus on using used cooking oil, that is normally called as UCO, to produce biodiesel. Right now, it is estimated that close to 23 million metric tons of biodiesel of edible oil is used. Therefore, there has been initiative to develop supply chains by which that edible oil can be transported and converted into biodiesel. So this is another initiative in the biofuel category that has been taken by the government. The other initiative is regarding the bio ATF. Now, you must all be traveling by air. Right now, the fuel that is used is called the aviation fuel. And as all of us are aware, the civil aviation industry accounts for 2.5% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, which itself is quite a big number. And India being signatory to the ICO, that is the Indian Civil Aviation Organization, it is mandated that from 2027, the emissions, no additional emissions, have to be there, taking 2019-20 emissions as a base. So no additional emissions have to be there. So steps have to be taken in order to ensure that the ATF that we use is sustainable. That's why it is called a sustainable aviation fuel. So certain steps have been taken by the government, where it has been directed that MRPL, that is the Mangalore Refinery Project Limited, is going to a BioTF plant. And also, IOCL is also contemplating setting up of 2 BioATF plants in India. So all these 3 will be having a capacity of close to 100 tons per day. Also, the government has set up a committee which will decide about the roadmap that has to be taken in order to ensure that sufficient supply of BioATF is there to cater to the needs of the aviation sector. One other sector that you must have all heard about is the compressed biogas, which is the bio-CNG. Now, it is having the same calorific value and properties similar to the CNG. Therefore, it can be used as an alternative. In fact, MORTH has already declared it as an alternative to the CNG. So the government has started a scheme called the SATAT in 2018, whereby it envisages establishing 5,000 CBG plant with a capacity of 15 million metric tons, which is equivalent to 19 BCM of gas. In order to achieve that, the government has been signing, the OMCs, particularly the oil marketing companies, have been signing long-term agreements with the project proponents. The RBI has declared lending for CBG plants in private sector. So some of the initiatives I have talked about regarding fuels. About energy transition that you talked about. See, transition has to be contextual. It has to depend upon the growth trajectory, the energy trajectory, and the energy consumption of a country, both in terms of volume and in terms of per capita. So if you see energy, India is a growing economy and its energy needs are humongous. But at the same time, one has to realize that the per capita consumption of India is just 1/3 of the world, 1/5 of China, and 1/12 of US. So our energy transition has to take this into account, and therefore, whatever energy needs are there, it has to be fulfilled with a combination of both conventional as well as unconventional fuels. So depending upon the context in India, both types of fuels would be available, both types of fuel would be used for a sustainable time to come. So with this, I will just stop here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ashish. I think very well said. And Abhinav tried to bring out the AIML context of energy. And Ashish ji has tried to touch upon the other initiatives countries taking, including biofuels and ethanol and various other initiatives. So I'll put the floor open for the questions, and let's have any questions from any of the panelists if there. Please. So while you may like to think about the question, let me just fire one or two questions to my fellow panelists. And benefit of being moderator is that you can't ask question to yourself. So it's good that let me enjoy this privilege I have. So I'll ask Abhinav, when we talk about, it's just one very sensitive point, that all businesses try and survive on certain margins. Why do you do business otherwise? First fundamental is that you recover your fixed cost, right? And then you recover your running cost also. First, rather you recover the running cost, right? And then try and recover the fixed cost also. And if you can't recover your running cost, then why do you be there? So incidentally, distribution business is very interesting. He said that every unit they sell, they lose 60 paisa. More you do the transaction, more you lose. Then why do you do the business? So it's very interesting. So that's where the question of whether we can survive with this situation or could there be a measure. And second question, whether consumer should keep paying you for your inefficiencies. Means if you want to recover all the money which you are paying for buying the power, etc., 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 plus Y plus Z plus delta, this is the money you need to recover from the consumer. Should consumer not question you that where is the inefficiency component of it when you're going to reduce it? It's a right of the consumer. That's why it's the 3 Ds: decentralization, decarbonization is with democratization. This is democracy. This is democratization of energy. Now, my question to Abhinav would be, can AIML help two things? One, reduce inefficiencies of discoms, because they have to reduce. While consumer would pay, we want to pay as consumers, but they have to also be efficient. One. Secondly, can there be empowerment in the hands of the consumer by doing AIML? Abhinav, if you could please throw some light on this.
Thank you so much for the question, sir. I think it's a difficult one to answer in a limited time, but I would definitely do my best. See, sir, the there are 3-4 questions which you have put across. The first one, the important one would be that, whether the business is sustainable or not. The short answer would be no. So you all must have heard about sale of distribution companies to private players. The reason is because they are incurring losses, right? And government, no business can run on such huge losses. Second question was whether it could be improved. The answer, short answer would be absolutely yes. There is huge potential. You have invested heavily over the period of time. You have got huge amounts of data. You have a dedicated customer base. You are acting as a monopoly, right? If you are able to fit your supply side and demand side together, there is a huge potential to, at least break even on the business side of things, right? And that is where the AI/ML part will play a significant role, right? The third one, which you spoke about, with whether the customer has the power in his hands or not. I think the regulator is listening to us, and he has already, allowed people to go for open access. So if you go to the state of Mumbai, there are two entities there called Tata Power. So one is Tata Power Company Distribution, and the other one is Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited. Incidentally, both were SaaS customers. Now, in that specific small patch, they have an option of choosing their set of supply licensing, right? So, for example, the way we can easily hop from Vodafone to Airtel, or from Airtel to Jio in case we are not satisfied with Airtel. The consumers in that patch of central Mumbai can actually hop between Adani Electricity and Tata Power. So there is competition there as well. So whenever there is competition, there is power in the hands of consumers, and then they can take certain decisions. How AI/ML is being leveraged, and I tell you, most of the private utilities are already way ahead of the state government ones, is because they understand that the customer is willing to pay if the quality of service is good to them, right? If you are not going to give electricity to people at 8 o'clock in the night when the family is going to sit and have dinner, they will be very reluctant to pay their bills also, right? So if you provide good quality service to the customers, if you provide them bills accurately, if you understand their concerns, if you try to reduce their tariff, right? And it's a big issue in all the elections. Now, we are giving free units to everybody, but apparently, if you want to reduce your, if you want to improve your collection, the first step should be you should reduce your cost, because not everybody can pay 8 rupees per tariff per unit for electricity as tariff. So supply side optimization is definitely where AI/ML will play a key role. Enabling consumer to take certain business decisions and giving them a choice between multiple vendors, that is also possible. Handling their grievances is also something very important. So one use case which I would like to highlight is how the customers are actually making money. How the distribution companies have specifically made money is, when you are watching a cricket match, right? So what do? You turn on your TV and you are looking at the match and everything is good. If you have social media analytics in place, if you are putting something on Twitter as a hashtag, the FMCG companies can actually know as to which area, what kind of demand are we looking at, how many people are actually going to consume cold drinks. They are giving out personalized ads to their consumers based on the electricity data which they are getting and the social media data which they are getting. So by doing a correlation analysis of social media activity and the electricity consumption, they get customized alert that okay, if you order pizza and 2 bottles of Pepsi, you'll get a 20% discount. And some part is actually shared with the utility also. That is called data monetization. So if the utilities, which has such huge amount of data, such huge population, growing economy, every day on a daily basis, the purchasing power of the consumer is increasing. If you are able to digitize this data, then a lot of revenue could be generated itself. There are multiple ways and means to improve the overall facility of company.
Thanks a lot. So that's exactly. So distribution companies are supposed to make money by buying and selling of power. But what Abhinav is saying is beyond buying and selling power. There are ways of generating revenues beyond buying and selling power. That's what he was trying and referring to, various ways of monetization of data. That's what the power of artificial intelligence and machine learning is. There's a national task force on artificial intelligence and machine learning. Incidentally, my company is part of that task force. So, another interesting case, and I don't want an answer on this, it's just a food for thought for all of us. See, electrical vehicles are coming in big way. And let me tell you, adoption would be far more faster than what government is targeting. It will be another case of mobile the way it happened in case of mobiles. AT&T thought by 2000 there will be 10 million, mobile users, and there were 100 million by 2000 by that date. That's what the power of efficient technology and efficient systems is. And I'm sure that EV would be the same thing. But what happens if it happens like that? If you all are having EVs for a while and we are on the same area and we are ahead of the same transformer, there are transformers next to our homes, and we are all connected to the same transformer, and we all have the EVs, and we all charge in the morning. What happens? You have a grid so strong ahead of transformer that it will tolerate so many EVs. This will collapse. Can you build so much of grid for the peak requirements? You will have to differentiate who would charge when, so that grid is not affected and slack in the grid is utilized for charging the EVs. Otherwise, EV program would tank, looking at our infra. And that's what AI/ML come into picture there. So it's just a food for thought. Now, I have a small question for Ashish also. So he talked about ethanol blending, and I'm sure there's a great success story of we reaching 10%, and we all read it. So I just wanted to know from him that what's a percentage, acceptable percentage up to which you can go, and what is the impact on the otherwise sugar or cane sugar kind of ecosystem of doing this? If you can please bring up.
See, right now, you don't have to change your engine for 10% blending. So 10% blending of ethanol is there, then they are compatible with the existing engines. But a slight modification is required if we go for 20% blending. And for that, talks are on with the CM, that is the Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers. So talks are on with them. And initially they had stated that once there is a roadmap, they will start manufacturing vehicles compatible with the E20. The roadmap has already been launched. We have already achieved 10% blending. So over a period of time, I think E20 compatible vehicles will also be there. What was the next? No, it's not an issue at all, because whatever sugar we use or whatever sugarcane we are using, it is more or less surplus. So there are usages of ethanol other than blending in petrol. So right now, that is not an issue, because whatever ethanol we are blending, which is manufactured from sugar, that is mostly surplus in nature. Also, as I already stated, apart from sugarcane, the feedstock has been quite widened. It includes damaged food grains, it includes maize. And in fact, 2G ethanol is also being promoted in a large manner, where there is a scheme called the PM Jeevan Yojana, where there is a corpus of 1960 crores, which envisages establishment of 12 commercial and 10 demo projects. Already 5 projects with a capacity of close to 19.5 crore liters is already in the pipeline. So right now, I don't see any problem with the ecosystem.
Thank you, Ashish. If there are no questions, can we close, or if there is any question? Right. Thanks a lot to the organizers and the co-panelists, and thank you. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Rawal, for that great moderation. Before we conclude this session, may I request Mr. Sanjay Kolte, Chief Executive Officer of Pune Smart City, to hand over a small memento from our side to the speakers on the dais. This memento for Mr. Anil Rawal, Managing Director of IntelliSmart. Next memento for Mr. Ashish Joshi, Director, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. And I would request Mr. Kolte to hand over one memento for the industry partner, Abhinav Sood also. And for the information of all those who are not there in the morning, this special memento memento carries indigenous art form of Kumaon Hills. It is known by the name of Appan. Thank you once again, all the panelists. Thank you so much, sir. So here we take a quick 5 minutes break. Thereafter, we'll be having a very interesting session on drone technologies, evolution of drone, whose time has come. This session would be presided by none other than the director of ITDA. So we'll start this session at 4:15. We were late, but thanks to Mr. Anil Rawal that now we are on time again. Otherwise, in case the speakers are there for the next panel, we can start it right now also. I'll have to just announce the names of the next panel on drone. Mr. Amit Kumar Sinha, Director, ITDA. Piyush Gupta from NMCG, National Mission for Clean Ganga, he is there. Saurav Guha is already there with us from Webel. Shyam Bihari Singh, are you there from Beltron, Mr. Shyam Bihari Singh? Then from the industry, we have Manas Upadhyay, CTO of D-Town Robotics. Manas Upadhyay. And Vivek Gupta from Marksoft. So let us just wait for the speakers to assemble here. Otherwise, we are ready. We'll start it ASAP. The official time is 4:15, but we'll try to start it by maximum 5 past 4. We'll have a quick tea first, then 4:15 we'll reassemble. A quick tea break. चाय पीते हैं फिर वापस आते हैं. 4:15 sharp as per agenda, which is in front of you, we'll reassemble. The next topic, let me reiterate, is a very interesting topic: evolution of drones. 4:15 बजे मिलते हैं चाय पीकर.